Fellow ambassadors, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's just one of those days, one of those days when things just don't seem to be working right. And we just have to deal with it. That is technology. What can we say? So I'm sorry for the late start. Like I've just said, we have been having quite a few technical hitches that have kept us this long. I'm sorry. We'll try to still rush through and get all of the material that we had prepared for you today. So, without much ado, fellow Ambassadors, here again we are on the set of the War Zone to bring to you the latest highlights of our struggle. And I want to really apologize again for all the difficulties we've had this afternoon. I can assure you that it was nothing of our own making. Now, we will go straight to some of the items I want to bring to you. I'm sure some of you may have seen during the course of the week a video coming from La République du Cameroon, which showed some medical products that were being made in some makeshift factory, a makeshift factory in La République du Cameroon that was making some fake drugs. And as you will suspect, those who were responsible were the Chinese. The Chinese were, or the Chinese citizens were responsible for this fake production of these so-called pharmaceutical products. Even baby formula. Imagine what these people are making and selling on the streets, and mothers are buying and feeding their children with this poison. I just want, this is more of an awareness kind of information, just so that we should be very careful and sensitize our people, especially on ground zero. Be careful where you are buying your stuff. There's a lot of fake products out there on the streets, especially medical products. Imagine, you can imagine why people are dying so much these days, because you are sick and you go to the market to buy something to help you get well. And unknowing to you, you are buying more poison to put in your system. You are buying more poison to put in your system. And these people are just pumping these things and selling. And what was so disturbing to me was the fact that these culprits who were arrested, I saw a video where they were arrested. And they were, you need to see how they were handled. The two culprits, they just had their two hands put together and with a very light kind of piece of cloth put around their wrists as a restraint. Imagine if it was a fellow Ambazonian who was caught doing something wrong. Imagine how they would have been treated. Imagine how they would have been treated. But we respect foreigners more than our own very citizens. We respect foreigners more than our own citizens. So I don't know if we'll have that image or the video there, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. It is so painful when you see these people coming into our own land, making these fake products, and poisoning our people. And when those who are supposed, they call themselves those in charge, those in authority, when they apprehend these culprits, they treat them so lightly. They give them, they just treat them as though they were just some petty criminals, when they are engaged in things that have probably caused the lives of our people. People have died from the consumption of these poisonous substances that these people cook up, whatever they are putting inside. Who knows? Nobody knows. And I just thought I should, those of us here, please, alert our people back home. Be very careful. Go to reputable stores to buy your medical products, you have your baby formula. Don't buy stuff on the street. Do not buy stuff on the streets. Most of that stuff on the street is fake. It is fake. I just thought I should bring that to you. And also, and before I continue, I think at this point I should just bring in my panel, because we've been so late, so that we can get into looking at some of these items that we've prepared for you. So I believe Chairman Frank should be on, and Dr. Ngwambe should be on. Please, can I see you? Chairman Frank, Dr. Ngwambe? Yeah, Chairman Frank, I can see you there. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And Dr. Ngwambe, if you're there, please. Let me see your California face.
Ambazonia, Ta Mike, and Ta Frank, Nashimele. You know, my fellow Ambazonians, it's great to be you. My fellow Ambazonians, it is an honor to be in your presence today. It's an honor to share the stage with my brother SOS Frank, Chairman Frank, and my brother Ta Mike, and with all of you who are watching us. This is going to be a very informative show, so stay tuned and let's talk.
Let's get it rolling. Let's get it rolling. I'm sure people have been waiting for quite some time, so let's give them the dose. Yes, I think the first thing I would like for us to take a deep at is we have heard during the week some fake audios coming from some lady pretending to be in Bali. I'm sure we all listened to those audios. And she is claiming that, oh, Grandpa of Bali has dropped his weapons and run away with so much money that was given to him to share with the other fighters. And giving the impression that, even Grandpa has also instructed some of the ARFs in Bali to just go away because it's not worth it anymore. That was the alarm she was raising. But come to find out, this enabler is a paid actress. She's a paid actress serving on behalf of La Republic Cameroon, and that she probably is not even on ground zero. She's right here in the diaspora, but she's pretending as if she's on the ground. That is what La Republic is now doing. La Republic can no longer fight this war, and they have now turned to propaganda, empty propaganda based on falsehood, lies, and deceit. And before we even comment on this, I would like for us to get a statement from the commander of the Bali Buffaloes himself. When I listened to those audios, I said, this cannot be the Buffaloes I know. This doesn't sound like the Buffaloes. This doesn't sound like Grandpa for him to do something like that. So I reached out to him and I said, but what is going on here? And he flatly told me that those who are sharing those audios are enabling the deceit and the manipulations of La Republic Cameroon, that there's no foundation to it, there's no base to those audios. And he promised to send me a video that I will share with you now. I think I sent it to the studio, and I don't know if we can just listen to him, then we can comment after his statement. Yeah.
Patriotic sons and daughters of Ambazonia, freedom fighters. Today is March the 28th, 2023. My name is Nababla Tita. At the time for this moment, for share this message with all citizens, both home and abroad. I beg all we say more avoid, more stop for the promote colonial tours in propaganda. They don't pay a lot of people them for the make audio them. We go discourage Wuna because that kind of audio you no go ever move me. You no go ever shake me for placing me a day. And at the same time, you know, shake all restoration forces them for place where they stand. Don't throw away their own raise money, pay restoration forces them for Bali, say make they run. Na big lie. Na fake. Don't throw away the Korean tourists. He shows that then you walk around door to door for enter Bamenda. Na fake. Every day when I see Yahweh, they are blocked the flow for street. The Korean tourists the bleach. And it will continue. The Republic Cameroon fit ever. And he talk with confidence. They don't fit ever win this war with AK. We go chase them out. Now the time this way will strengthen the comeback. The momentum the comeback. Shake You know they. All ambassadors place una stand. Una double una effort. Una put una hands for inside una pocket. Support una hero them day. When they don't be ready for die, for defend that land, for decolonize that land. At the time is. So I want that no stop for the promote this their cheap propaganda. And before you want share them, we don't know who they for contact them. Before you share. And before you want share, ask the source for that audio. The person he make that audio, he did for year, he did for abroad. Now people don't pay them. But at the tell now, at the end of the day, we go put them all for place where they belong. I also give 21 gun salute for all who represent forces them. For the great job what they do. We don't always tell when I say unity is strength. And we don't see the way it happen. We not cafe day up and we not place we always get. Shake, you know they. We pray. May the God of war continue for protect una. Cover una. No una fear continue for sharp for trigger. May the Korean tourists they continue for the fall every blessed day. Una place we always get. Surely.
Okay. So that is the message right there. That is the message. I wanted you, fellow Bosnians, to hear it from the commander himself of the Buffaloes. You've heard it from him. It's not coming from me, because when I heard the audios myself, I was a bit concerned, and the story was unbelievable, and I had to check to confirm if this was really true. And as you've heard the commander himself stating there, all those audios were just manipulations, fake audios from the Republic of Cameroon. Chairman Frank, you are of the defense, so I'll give you the pride of place. What is your take on this new strategy by the Republic of Cameroon, and what can you advise our people as to how they should moderate their listening and maybe increase the verification process of all the stimuli that is being pushed at them by La Republique du Cameroon?
All right. Thank you for that question. I want to say hello to Comrade Ngwambe, who is here, and I want to say hello to all the televiewers. I want to greet the people from Amazonia. And coming back to that question, I would say that we've been with these people for far too long to understand that these people are very, very manipulative. They are liars. They lie even when they are in the churches. They lie in broad daylight, and they manifest their lies in the night. If La République du Cameroun says anything, even about themselves, you need to bring what they say under the microscope for you to get some little bit of understanding or, certitude about what they're saying. Of course, just like we have heard Comrade Babila Tita say it clear and loud, I personally, confirm that that information was false. Grandpa is standing strong. His team is standing strong, and we say, shake inodi. So Amazonians, you should know that La République du Cameroun, they do all these kind of things to keep us busy talking about the things that are less important. And so we drift away from the focus that we should be focusing on what we are supposed to do. So again, Grandpa of Bali and the Buffaloes are strong. They are doing fine. They are doing just fine. So that is what I can say concerning that issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman Frank. As you have rightly said, the reason we brought this was just, when when you are so passionate about what you're fighting for, and you see, when people hear such information, they become so concerned, and some become even depressed. So we have to make sure that their concerns are addressed so that they feel at ease, everything is under control, and like you said, shake no day. Tangwambe, what's your take on this?
Indeed, shake no day, my brother. I want to thank our brother Commander Babila and the Bali Buffaloes for the work that they're doing in making sure that we have a country of our own. What you've said, Mike, about coming out and countering these messages is essential. Countries like La République du Cameroon, they recognize the importance of the media. They recognize the importance of trying to set the pace and determine the narrative that is out there. There's an intense propaganda game that is going out there from La République du Cameroon, and personally, I think it's even aided by France in attempting to mislead the world and in attempting to, mislead the general public about what we Ambazonians are fighting for and the successes that we are having. So, I'm glad that we have the opportunity to come out and, and clear some of this up. I'm glad that Commander Babila has come out and cleared, those things up. I mean, Ambazonians, we're at war. And during war, your enemy is going to do everything to make you feel like you are losing. They're going to do everything to make you think that your own brother, who may be secretly fighting them, is your enemy, so that you start to fight your own brother and you even expose your brother. So it is of utmost importance that we are always vigilant about the type of information that we consume. And when in doubt, try to, I'm glad that you did, Tom, Mike, those of us who are active in this liberation struggle, we know where to go to, we know who to contact to get the information that we need to declare some of these things up. So I'm glad that you researched this, and I really implore that my fellow Ambazonians, you identify who are the real figures in this liberation struggle, who actually have this liberation struggle at heart. And when you hear some of these funny things going on, you reach out to them and contact them. It's not everything that we're going to tell you the truth. It's not everything that we're going to tell you or disclose to you, because there are operational secrets, there's operational integrity that we must maintain. But there is need to know information that we will provide to you when it's necessary, especially stuff like this. So, make sure you continue to watch it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And like you said, I want to again re-emphasize this point to our citizens on the ground, our brothers and sisters, that propaganda is one of the biggest tools of war. Your opponent will try to trick you. They will try to give you false information. They will try to demoralize you. They will try to set you against each other. I'm reminding you again, this is a tool which La République has used so successfully in the past against us. They have successfully caused us to concentrate against fighting against each other instead of fighting them. They have used this before successfully, and they keep going back to this tactic and trying to shake it. But Ambazonians are now very enlightened. We have become wise, and we are not falling for it. But because this thing has worked for them so well in the past, they cannot resist trying it and saying, maybe, just maybe this time it will work. Let's just go back to this formula which worked so well in the past. What is happening? But that medicine back, it don't fade. It don't fade. The power don't finish. What again? We have seen that trick, and we are not biting it again. So, fellow Ambazonians, not to belabor the point, I'm sure you've gotten it now. Now, let's just take a turn of the page and see what is instead happening in La République du Cameroon. Let us see what is happening to them. They are being decimated by our ARFs. And instead of talking about that, they will not talk about that. They will not talk about, you will not hear them say that. Just yesterday, our ARFs put down as many as 7 of their child soldiers. 7 were decimated in Bui. 7 of them were put down. We have those images, but we cannot bring you the details of those images because there's some information on those images that we cannot release to you now. So we have the images and the faces of the 7 who have fallen. We have the images. But so this is where the remains were being hauled away. Those are the remains being hauled away, and we want to really say a big thank you to the Bui unity warriors who have consistently, time and time again, without any break, because La Republic keeps going there because they feel that if they can break the unity warriors, then maybe they can call it a victory. But the unity warriors continue to give it to them. Each time they go there, they are punished, but they keep going. So isn't this what La Republic du Cameroon should be talking about? Instead of sending out these fake audios claiming victories where there is none, not a single ARF has been killed in Bali. Not one. But with our ARFs, we have successfully put down 7 of them. Chairman Frank, again, to you, you are of the defense. Is this a great day for Ambazonia or what? I know that at the end of the day, it is not the killing of these ARFs that will be the determinant as to whether La Republic comes to the table or not, but it is a contributing factor. Because with these images, they cannot go out there and say, oh, the war is over, which is what they are trying to pretend, that the war is over. What can you tell our people, and what message do you have for La Republic if they will listen to you?
Of course, thank you. I've always said it loud and clear. There is just no way La République du Cameroon can win this war through the barrel of the guns. There is no way. And it is unfortunate, rather unfortunate, that, their soldiers, or I should say their talks, are being decimated in that manner. And not only the public is being, manipulated of the real situation of the ground, on the ground, even the families of their fallen soldiers, many of those families are, without any news from their loved ones, from their children, their husbands, their fathers, for years, and they keep telling them they are on a mission because many of them die in such a way that there is nothing they can even present to the families. Nothing. They are shattered into pieces. Most of the times, they are even so scared to go pick up, the little pieces of, the shattered soldiers on the battlefield. And so,
Chairman Frank, talking about shattered pieces, you remember the attack recently, I think it was in Leviathan, where I think they were walking on foot, and those guys were completely blown to pieces. I mean, why would they pick there? Why would they pick?
Yeah.
And why would they tell the families there's no corpse to present? Because it's all flesh. I'm just corroborating the point you're making there.
So that is what is actually happening on the ground. They will not tell you the truth. They will come with a lie to you. That is why I keep saying that, Ambazonians should put their game together. When we get audios like the, defamatory audio this lady put out here, and they say this lady is here in the diaspora, it is very important that we identify this woman. For instance, if she is here in the US, Grandpa of Bali can sue her through our lawyers here for defamation. That is a serious crime in the United States of America. It's because she is insinuating that Grandpa has received a lot of money from La République, which he was supposed to share with the other restoration forces, so that they just abandon the fight and go them away. And so Grandpa has taken that money and has run away with it, advising the restoration forces to look for ways and go to wherever they can go to. So we have to at least take up this kind of people and, face them squarely, at least shame them, put their faces out there. Ambazonians should know, their families back home should know that this is what their children or their brothers and sisters who are here are doing against our own people. So,
and to your point, Chairman Frank, and that's an important point to raise there, because Okay, imagine that one of the ARFs in Bali heard this audio and believed it. And he may now start having a problem with his general. That, my general took so much money and we don't know anything about it. So it is a malicious intent to sow seeds of discord between the commandment or the commanders of the buffaloes and the foot soldiers. That is the second motive for this audio. Besides deceiving our civilian population and our supporters, the intent was to sow seeds of discord between the commanders of the buffaloes and the foot soldiers. Dr. Ngwambe, what's your take on this?
Well, my take on this again, this goes to, buttress the point that how important propaganda is. When La Republic goes and they carry out activities such as the AFCON and Chan and all those things like that, where they're trying to show the international community and outside investors that, hey, this particular area is quiet and all that kind of stuff, but they negate to point out the fact that just before those football matches happened, La Republic soldiers went into Mautu and killed Ambazonian citizens. But then they're trying to present this facade that there's some kind of peace and tranquility going on in the country. So at the end of the day, to my brothers and sisters of the restoration forces, our heroes, the liberators, whenever you see this type of information, the militaries have hierarchy. So you know who you need to reach out to and do the proper consultations. Do not jump to conclusions, because we are in not only a physical war, a kinetic war, we are in a propaganda war with La République du Cameroon, aided by France, and they are doing everything in their power to try to demotivate us, to try to weaken us. But we are a resilient people. Look how long we've been carrying this liberation struggle on for 6 years now. They gotta be talking, they go dissolve we in 2 weeks.
Yep.
We were the 2 cubes of sugar, as Commander Babila always talks about that 2 cubes of sugar that is not dissolving. We know our brother Babila always talks about that.
It's not.
You understand that? And here we are.
Yeah. And to the point you just made, Dr. Mwambe, that they always use this diversion tactic. They try to, when they've committed something heinous, like you remember the Ngapu massacre. After they did that, they quickly went and did something else just to draw your attention from the horrible crime that they had just committed. You remember just of recent, when Moja slaughtered 2 innocent students and was standing on their corpses and committing an act of sacrilege on the dead bodies. The very next day or 2 after, seeing all the backlash for what he had done, he went and arrested another young man and put down, and he was playing with him, pretending like he was playing with him and pretending to be nice to that person, despite the fact that he was still torturing that young man, just to make it seem like, oh, this is not me, that was just something different. That is what they do all the time, but we should stop falling for it. We should stop falling for it. Now, since we have quite a bit to talk about, I would like for us, just of recent, La République du Cameroon, since we are talking about enablers, let's expose them. We will start exposing all these enablers, calling their names, putting their pictures out there if possible. Those who have been enabling the slaughter of our people, the so-called elected senators, I don't know who elected them. We have the list. And it's good that we call those names here and identify who they are, so that our ARFs should know them, their neighbors should know them, the Ambazonian people should know them, and that these are the people encouraging La République du Cameroon to send their criminal soldiers to come and murder you, murder your children, and torture you every day, extorting your money on the streets every day. These are the people, the names that we are going to present here. These are the people, so take note of them. So I would like, if we can paste the list. If not, I have it on my phone here, I can read the names. But if we can have the names, I would even like for us to put those names on the screen so that Ambazonians can see these people and know them for who they are. We cannot continue to hide these people anymore. They stay in the backgrounds, they're committing giving a green light to La Republique to feel that we are the same. If these people had just left La Republique alone, they would not have the audacity to come in and say we are one country. We are not one country. But these enablers, the so-called senators, which where they call it, the Senate is a retirement home, where the mentally retarded are sent to go and sit there, and they are squandering the money from our resources for no reason. I don't know if those names are there. Let me see if I can pull them up, and I will read them for you. I have the names somewhere here. Let me see if I can pull them up. Yes, those names are somewhere here.
Yeah, they were in circulation.
Yeah, I have them. I have them right here. Okay, for the southern zone, these are the names of the enablers. You have Tabe Tando and Jep, and so of Tabe Tando is the notorious enabler. We know him from Manu. Ote Andrew Mofa, that is one of them. Ote Andrew Mofa, that's one of them. Mbelamoki Charles, of course, is from Fako. That's one of them. Ntube Agnes Ndore. Musongo Ernestine Akong Njom. Lekuze Andreas Nembo. Leonel Lapinatu Fonderson. Those are the enablers, the so-called senators from the southern zone. So we know who they are now, and they are targets anywhere within the territory of the southern Cameroons. We should not treat them with any sympathy. If any of our restoration fighters who comes across these people, arrest them. They are wanted in Ambazonia. Now, for the northern zone, we have Lefon, Eno, Emma, Verile. We have Ngafferson Emmanuel, Banta. And then we have Neba Ndosiri Bridget. And then we have Kobenge Sekiri Bome. And Enwe Francis Abi, Fontama Hilda Aluma. And Mbufon Carl Moses Fonton. So there you go. That's the list of your enablers that are giving La Republique du Cameroon the green light to come in and torture you and kill you and steal your resources and just treat you with impunity. These are the people giving them the passport to come in and do those things. So I just wanted you to know. You've heard the names. I don't know if you have any comment about this, Chairman Frank. Chairman Frank, can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Unfortunately, it is rather unfortunate that our people continue to be behaving like, you know, they don't see or they don't know what's happening. You see, the other guy, Kobenge Sikedi Bome, is a guy from Eshimi in my LGA. This guy was, a few classes ahead of us when we were in school. And so he came, he is not even, I don't know if he has even ever stepped his feet in his own village to see what has been done to his village. But these are people who have decided that it is better for a nation to remain as slaves if they can have something to eat or into their pockets.
For themselves.
Of course. Yep. I don't know where these guys are coming with this kind of crazy ideas. But there is a saying that 99 days for a thief, 1 day for the owner. They will keep doing these things around. We have in the past had the opportunity to maybe handle some of these guys the way they deserve to be handled, and at that time the policy of this interim government, or the people of Ambazonia in general, was very, very lenient, and most of them, there was this arrest and release kind of things they were doing. But the ARFs know them now for sure that they are the number one enemy. They are the ones actually killing our people. They are the ones pointing and giving directions or directives as to the locations of our houses, our property, everything that La République moves in, goes and burns our houses, kidnaps family members. These are the people that furnish that information to La République du Cameroon, criminal forces. And so it is no longer going to be business as usual. They have chosen their side, and restoration forces know that these people are determined to kill them. So self-defense, I always say, is a right.
Yes.
And Amazonians will defend themselves. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Talking about that, when you hear of the representative, like we are out here in the West, when someone like a senator or a congressman, when you are going to your people to meet your people, you are going there to solve their problems. You conduct what they call here a town hall, and the people come and they express to you their feelings. They evaluate what you have done for the term that you have occupied or that you have served. You come to the people and you give an account, and the people voice to you their feelings of what you have done, representing them, since you say you are representing them. Now, let's take the case of La République du Cameroon, where these people are basically just living in La République. They don't even, like you said, the guy has never been to his village. He doesn't go there. He does not know how the people feel. He cannot give a true account of the suffering and the frustrations of the people. So what really do they carry? How do they rationalize they are being there and claiming to represent a people they basically know nothing about? Dr. Ngwebe, how do they rationalize their claim of being the representatives of their people?
Bro, it did, like, say, you really read my mind in the direction that I was going to go with this particular topic. Because I'm listening to my brother, our brother here, Frank, talk about this Senator Kobenge, who is I'm suspecting he must be from Minchum, based on what Comrade Frank is saying, right? He, instead of ensuring that he and we will end up with a country of our own, where senators will have a meaningful role in crafting policies for the nation and even for their localities, he chose to go and be a part of the rubber stamp parliament of Dictator Biya, which will enable Dictator Biya to continue to amass ill-gotten wealth for Dictator Biya's family and the Beti Bulu clan of La République du Cameroon. Senators in this country and in other countries who are actually selected and elected by their people, what are some of the things they do? We all pay taxes, right? We pay, some states have a income tax for the state, and then the federal tax. Those federal tax dollars, when the senators go to the Capitol, some of the things that they make sure they debate upon and write laws about are how to get some of those tax dollars back to their state to do work. President Biden in this country, in the United States, worked with Democratic senators to ensure that the Build Back Better plan got voted into place. And what did that Build Back Better plan do? It allocated money for different projects in different states, for road construction, hospitals, healthcare, etc., etc. Are these senators who are of Ambazonian descent, who are sitting inside of La République du Cameroon's Senate, are they able to do anything that is going to bring back the tax currency that is being taken from our area, sent to La République du Cameroon, developing La République du Cameroon, and nothing is being done in Menchum? How many motorable roads have any of these senators brought back to their home counties or LGAs? How many universities have these senators and parliamentarians, mind you, ensured that finance is available for their counties and their LGAs? The Menchum electricity dam that we've been wanting, what have they done about that?
Dr. Gwambe, you are really dignifying these people as senators and parliamentarians. I mean, we know what the responsibilities of a senator are, and we know what the responsibilities of a parliamentarian are. They are called lawmakers. Lawmakers. When you take a full calendar year in the life of a so-called parliamentarian or senator in La République du Cameroon, how many laws do they pass? If you ask them, there are people there who have served 10, 20 years, and they cannot boast of passing a single bill. They cannot boast of one bill they have ever sponsored in that so-called parliament or senate now, as we call it. So what are you doing there? What is your role in that place? Not to talk of, say, taking care. How can they take care of the people when they cannot even, their voice does not matter. It is what Pobia wants that gets done. They are just there. If you even ask some of them to state what the responsibilities of a senator are, they will not be able to tell you, because they've never done anything. They are there just to sit there and bear the name of a senator or a parliamentarian, and at the end of the month, they are given some money to go and eat and be quiet. When Bobia says this, just clap. And that's what they do. They normally were called what? Called what? Something hand clappers, professional hand clappers, something like that. Huh? When they read something, everybody just claps. And some of them, mind you, will be sleeping while the discussion is going on. Then, because they're so old, most of the time they're sleeping. And then when they see others clapping, they too will jump up and clap as if they heard what it was said. But they heard nothing. And not last of this before we move away from this topic. It is so humiliating to hear that there is a proposal that maybe Frundi will be appointed as one of the 30% senators that Pobia normally appoints. I mean, how much more humiliating can it be that the almighty Frundi, the Papa Ile Yayayo that we used to know, is now someone who is not even eating at the same table with Pobia, but Pobia has compelled him to go down on all fours. He's now on his hands and knees, eating on the floor of Pobia. Pobia throws his own crumbs on the floor, say, you dog, you eat your own there. And Frundi is willing to go down on all fours and eat with his mouth on the floor. I mean, if this is not pure humiliation, what is it, Chairman Frank? Tell me. If Frundi now is hiding behind Pobia's diaper and doing this, how much more can a man fall? Your audio is off.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I was saying that it is rather unfortunate that Frundi turned out to be what he is a long time ago. It's just that some Ambazonians, because of emotional attachment to people and certain, organizations, they don't want to accept change and take that change for what it presents itself to be when that change occurs. It's been a long time ago. Frundi had already sold the SDF to the CPDM. If you remember, when Paul Biya visited Bamenda, he received Frundi for the first time at Upstation. He gave an envelope to Frundi. Frundi took that envelope and gave it to this other guy, Henry Kum, who was, you know, his provincial chairperson or whatsoever they call themselves. And that guy took that money, went and, you know, decided to keep the money for himself. Frundi sacked him. He eventually joined the CPDM the next day. Now, Frundi is going to beg Paul Biya to appoint him as a senator.
After having lost everything.
Everything. The Senate now is completely CPDM.
Yes.
And so they say Paul Biya can appoint, I think it's 30 of the 100 senators. So he can appoint anybody. How will somebody go and be appointing, you know, an opponent as a senator, except that person is an ally? We saw it with Issa Chiruma. Issa Chiruma is an opposition. He is not of the CPDM. But who is singing, you know, the praises of Paul Biya more than Issa Chiruma? We saw this lady, they call her, they used to call her Françoise Foining of blessed memory. This woman was singing the praises of Paul Biya like no other person had ever done. But there was no road going to you know, to Bafoussam, where she came from. Eventually, this woman died in a car crash. She died in an accident because of bad roads. She will not but lift up a single finger to say that, please, I just need a road for my people. You know, which is a road for herself. That is what she was supposed to do. She never did it.
Yeah. Sometimes these people do these things. They think they are doing it to someone else, but they are doing it to themselves. Yeah, you want to say something?
If you have time, there is some video I will want to show you, you know, so that Ambazonians can see what is happening. Let me see.
You can send it to the studio and
okay, I will send it to the studio. They will play that video for Ambazonians to see. We are even talking about Eshimbi, the LGA of Kobenge Seketi. You have seen the road from Bamenda going to my county. I mean, there is no roads, there is no water, nothing, no schools.
Of course.
The few schools we have there are schools that we have built from what they call the PTA. Paul Biya comes in, he says school is free of charge. They eliminate what they were paying. They used to pay 1,000 francs for primary school, you know, or 2,000 francs, something like that. They take that away and they come in with what they say is PTA and they make it to be 25,000. They just increase the school fees and change the name.
Of course.
Manipulations.
That's
all these things out for what they are. So yeah, I will send that video to the studio.
For time's sake, let us move on because we have quite a few things to cover again. Let's move on.
Mike, let me add.
Okay.
Let me add one thing in line with this Chairman Frundi issue.
All right.
Ni Frundi, you know, the chairman of the SDF, the founders of Southern Cameroon's Amazonia, that means Foncha and even Muna, in their twilight years, they had the opportunity to come back and even find a way to apologize and find a way to make amends for the mistakes they made that drug us into the mess that we are in. Chairman Frundi, you are in your twilight years. At the rate you're going, it seems as if you may exit the stage without even coming to the Ambazonian people and saying, you know what, we do need this independence, and I'm throwing my support behind it 100%. That's the only way you're going to save your legacy. But unfortunately, it looks like you don't want to save your legacy.
No.
And at the rate you're going, maybe when Ambazonia gets this independence, maybe your body will end up being exhumed, and we'll put it at the border of French Cameroon and let them bury you there because of what you've done to us and the way you've sided with them against us. Just something to think about.
Yeah, he is really digging in, and I don't see a way out for him. I really don't see a way out for him. I think it's too late, but there's no way out for him. Like I see,
unfortunately for him,
he's done. Unfortunately, that's someone who should have been mentioned amongst the greatest of Ambazonia. But he will go down in history as being a disgraced person, and that is what it is. I don't know what to say, but it's up to Frundi to make that decision himself. Let us move on to something else. We also have this conference that is coming up in Washington, D.C., where Ambazonians are being called upon to come together as so that we rally our forces, take stock of how far we have come. Take stock of how far we have come, and to assess our successes and take a look at our failures so that we can better improve on those things we have done well and correct those things we have not done well so that we can continue to march to our freedom. That is all this conference is about. It's taking stock of our struggle, our revolution. That is what every company does, every institution does. Periodically, you come together to assess how well you are doing or not doing, and to correct your mistakes so you can do better going forward. That is what this Unity Conference is for. And we are here again reminding Ambazonians that come May 5th to the 7th of this year, 2023, all roads lead to Washington, D.C. You all saw recently the pictures when we all gathered in Washington, D.C. to challenge dictator diaper-wearing Paul Biya when he came here to Washington to disgrace himself. You heard when he came here and he could not even remember or know, he didn't even know where he was or what he was doing in the hall where he was put. I don't know if they carried him there or what. And he was completely disillusioned, completely confused. I mean, speaking in gibberish. It was just soliloquying and not knowing what he was talking about in there. It was a complete embarrassment. A complete embarrassment. The worst performance of any leader out here during that conference or anywhere else that I have seen. So we are telling Ambazonians, just as we did during this demonstration in Washington, D.C., please join us, start making your preparations. Come May the 5th of this year. It's just, less than 2 months from now? May the 5th to the 7th. We will gather in Washington, D.C. to take stock of our struggle so that we can march forward, correcting our mistakes and doing better thereon. So I'll give maybe a minute or so each to Chairman Frank and Dr. Ngwambe to say something about this conference and why it is important for every Ambazonian, every patriotic Ambazonian who considers himself or herself a stakeholder in this struggle to make sure they are present during this conference. I'll start with you, Chairman Frank.
Thank you, Chairman Mike, for giving me the opportunity to talk on this issue. Fellow Ambazonians, our struggle has come a very, very long way. And at this point in time, it's very, very important that we meet to look at what we have done so far and see what we need to do to move forward and in a better way. I would like, first of all, to talk about something, so that it may clear off the air of some conspiracies that are going around, that people are wanting to make conferences to be like a partisan kind of a thing. We of this interim government, and myself personally, I support the fact that Ambazonians should come together in a conference and discuss the way forward, be it from whichever group as the initiator. We know there is a conference that was put out there, the AAC one, but we have a lot of problems. All we were saying is that for such a conference to be, put together, open up to all the movements in this struggle, people should come in and sit down on a table, organize that conference, know what we will be coming to talk about, what we will be doing, how we should do it. It should be an Ambazonian thing. It should not be somebody or two people or three going and sitting and wanting to arrogate themselves upon the people of Ambazonia. This fell on deaf ears, and we are seeing what is happening. But the conference in Washington, D.C. is a conference that is being organized in all openness. All the movements, the groups have been reached out personally. That is, their leaders have been reached out individually. They have been reached out on an individual basis, so that we come together as a people, not as me, not as you, not as group A or group B, but as Ambazonians. This is the right thing to do. This is the way to go. Anybody who is wanting to do something different from this is wanting us to remain divided, and that should be discouraged. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. To pick up from your point, I think in the days ahead, some of these leaders that will be taking part in this conference will be coming together and probably appearing even on this network and speaking with one voice, that we are coming together as Ambazonians, all Ambazonians, without any discrimination, all Ambazonians. And it is not too late for even the various conferences that are being announced out there to come together so that we have one conference. It's not too late, and I hope that we get to that point. But in the meantime, while this is still going on, while the discussions are still going on in the background, we have to keep marching on with this conference, which where the date has already been announced. But come what may, a conference of all Ambazonians will be held. Dr. Ngwambe, I think you have some insight into this. Maybe you can share that with us here.
So, as my brother Frank here has said, Chairman Frank here has said, there have been consultations, at all levels to try to make a very inclusive conference to be held. And our comrade President Chris has been leading the way on this as one of the people trying to make sure that people understand that all Ambazonian stakeholders need to come together and work on the agenda together. The SCNC chairman, Chairman Prizzo, has also done a good job of leading the way on insisting that it is a collective effort, that the agenda be a collective effort. Our brother Ato from the town hall, he has also been doing a good job of pushing that this initiative be a collective effort. There are many ideas coming.
Dr. Fontem has been one of them.
Dr. Fontem has been, very helpful. Comrade Chebs, very helpful. Jiban's very, very helpful. Henry, Comrade Dr. Henry Atem also has been helpful. I need to make sure I mention his name in there. who has been even the consortium leader, John Baakuro. There have been very many influential people involved in this conversation. I was on the phone earlier today with Comrade Edwin Gang with regards to some of his very deep ideas about what it would take for us to have this unity conference to be successful, because as he pointed out, we have had conferences in the past and those things did not work out the best way that they should have. So we need to make sure that as much as we are saying May 5th to the 7th, and as much as the other side that has their conference, which we are all trying to find a way to merge it and work together to bring a unity conference, that we make sure that we're not rushing this thing just for the sake of having a conference, and we do everything in our power to do it right. I know the challenge that we always face in trying to do things right is that we end up either delaying or reducing the energy.
At the end, yes.
Yep. So I know that challenge is there, but there is a groundswell of Ambazonians in all the various movements, including Dr. Yabacho's movement, who all want us to collaborate. The Republic of Ambazonia wants us to collaborate. The indigenous people.
That is what Ground Zero has been telling us this for the longest time possible. So how can it be that we keep dragging our feet? Ground Zero has been asking for this. You remember the appreciation that Ground Zero gave when we made the march in Washington? The Ground Zero was very appreciative of that move, because it is also our own turn to demonstrate to Ground Zero that we too are willing to put ourselves out there and put ourselves at risk, and to show that we are committed in this endeavor. It cannot just be on Ground Zero alone. We too must be out there manifesting and showing that we are standing in solidarity with them. And that is what this conference is all about. And also coming together, as I've said, taking a look at what we have done this far. How well have we performed? If we have not performed well, why? What mistakes have we made? How can we correct them going forward?
You know, Tamak, one of our brothers that I was speaking with last night, Comrade Mba, and you know, one of the things that he pointed out, and is just that it's a touchy situation, is this concern that because we have vilified each other for so long, right, within amongst ourselves, there are people who are distrustful of the other party that we're trying to collaborate with. And one of the things he proposed was that we need to find a way to create a meeting or an opportunity where people can come in and voice and say, hey, you of this particular organization, you went out and said these particular things about me. Where did you get that kind of information from? Why did you believe it? And then once that person presents it, and then that person, the other side who was accused of not being a good Ambazonian, going to La Republic, will have the opportunity to say in a public meeting, he wants it to be public meeting, not for public consumption like this, but all the leaders and stakeholders together. But he says that then that person, after hearing why that person believed those things about him or that organization, will have an opportunity to explain that, hey, the information that you heard was wrong. This is what I've done. This is my track record. This is the reason why I did this. And maybe it'll create an opportunity for there to be reconciliation, because one of the challenges that we face in trying to do this unity conference is that given that there is this bad blood existing amongst the people will stomach things to try to work, right? But when something goes wrong, you will hear all kind of insults flying back and forth, and that will derail the planning of that conference if we cannot fix those accusations that will come into play. So it's something that Ambazonians who are part of this conference organization, we need to think about how we are going to try to find a way to resolve some of the accusations we have against each other, to make sure that they don't flare up so quickly as we are engaged in the planning. I mean, we experienced it 2 weeks ago, that Mike, in our own planning. This thing, I remember you were there. I'm going to go into the details, but we experienced it. So it's just some of these things when I look at them and I say, you know what, this is my brother I spoke to last night. You're right. I think you're right.
You know what? You know one thing about the magic that occurs during these face-to-face meetings, that when people meet face-to-face, and you have to look at your brother now standing right in front of you, you said some things about him or her, and there is a certain melting away of that vindictiveness, and you are compelled now to confront each other and to be civil in order to interact with each other. That is the magic that occurs at these face-to-face meetings. And that is why it's very important. Because when you meet your brother at such a conference, you are compelled to do something to atone for whatever you may have done to hurt him or her. And that is why it is important, because when you just sit and you are just communicating on social media, you can say anything because that person is not standing there looking at you. You see? So it is important that we come together, look each other in the eyes, and say exactly what we mean and mean what we say. That is why it is very important. So let us move on. We still have quite a bit to cover.
Can I say something on that issue?
Okay, briefly, please. Briefly.
Yes, I want to just say that Ambazonians need to look at what is right in front of us in the face. I don't think that if you were standing in ground zero and an Ekelebe is right in front of you pointing his gun at you and there is a mosquito that is sucking out some blood from your leg, you say, oh no, I have to stop and make sure that I kill this mosquito first before I can see whether or not I should run away from being destroyed or annihilated. Look, these things people are saying is just because people are not honest to themselves. We have made these mistakes. We have accused each other. Yes, many times rightly so, but sometimes wrongly so. This also is an opportunity for us to come. When we say let us come, how are we going to be able to confess our sins one to the other and forgive ourselves if we cannot come together? God says that if you bring your offering to the altar and you remember that you have something to do with your brother, he doesn't say that, tell me that I am sorry. He said, leave your offering right there. Go means all of us should go to that conference. Let us go there. And there we will meet each other. I will tell my brother, Dr. Nwambe, I said, look, brother, the other day, you wrote this thing or you said this thing and I just came so hard on you. I think that, I did not handle it the right way. That is how we make up.
Yeah.
That is how we make up. If you see this other conference, the AAC one that people are criticizing, it is because people don't even want to open up for others to even come in and we organize this conference and hold a fruitful conference. Knowing fully well that if they go ahead and do what they are currently doing now, it is already a failure.
It's not going to work because it will not be an all-Ambazonian conference. If it has to be an all-Ambazonian conference, the invitation must be open to every Ambazonian, every stakeholder of this struggle. That's the way it should be done. It's a simple rule, and I don't know why people are making things too complicated. It's not that complicated.
I just think that any leader who at this point is saying that because Chairman Mike said this against me, this said this against me, I am not going to come to collaborate with him, or that, it means that you don't have the interest of our people on the ground that are dying at heart. Simple.
And to that point, Chairman Frank, we have just made a decision here that we will no longer descend into all this vilification. It does not benefit us. We will call out enablers like the ones we call the senators and so on, because these people, they are not part of us. But we will avoid any wasting time on things that just help to put us apart. We will focus on who we know is our enemy. I know there are some people who are not as disciplined and they continue to waste their time, waste their resources, waste their everything on fellow Ambazonians, but we are moving on. We are taking the high road from now on. So, fellow Ambazonians, at this point, I just want to remind us of the draft that is coming up in May. I think it starts May 9th. The draft, May 9th. We have to draft to continue providing the resources for our ARFs. Maybe we'll talk about this again briefly before the end of the show, but I just want to remind us so that those who are watching get this information. The draft is coming up. The draft is when we come together and we say, all right, let us see what we can do to put down some resources for our ARFs, like those that are helping to we saw the work that we just talked today of that the warriors of Bowie, Unity Warriors are doing, and others are doing. Bali Buffaloes are under pressure. We should be able to reach out and help them, but we cannot do that without resources. So we are calling on all Ambazonians to turn up, starting from your RGA and counties, and show up during the draft, so that we can all make it a success. Now, I have one topic here, one huge topic that we have to touch. It is a topic that we cannot go detailing on, but it is important to talk about it, because for so long we always come here and we talk about Ambazonia. Oh, we want to free Ambazonia. We want to liberate our homeland. We want to make sure that we have a democratic Ambazonia. But these topics are too wholesome, and we want to start breaking down this topic so that it can be palatable. It will be it's such that Ambazonians can really digest what exactly will this free Ambazonia be like. What does it mean to have a free Ambazonia? How will the lives of our people change significantly compared to what they are getting from La Republique du Cameroon? That is exactly what we're trying to bring to you here. That when we say we want to free Ambazonia, we're not just saying, we just say, okay, Ambazonia is free. Okay, but what does it mean in concrete terms? What does it mean? And that is what we're trying we'll start doing now, and in the subsequent programs, trying to explain to you how exactly Ambazonia will be different from La Republique du Cameroon, or living under La Republique du Cameroon. Let me put it that way. So this topic, I call it Challenges of the Future. Challenges of the future. That is, how are we going to shape Ambazonia's future so that every child that is born in Ambazonia will be able to grow up and live his or her full God-given potential. How are we going to have this? So we start by looking at the first thing that I would like for us to look at is, of recent, we call it climate change. Of recent, we saw some floods washing down the streets of Boya in Fako. And of recent, again, we also saw the same thing happening in the colonial capital in Yaoundé. I think it has happened even in Douala too. These are the effects of climate change. In every responsible country right now as we speak, they are taking the necessary steps to make sure that measures are put in place to counter this climate change. Be it in the way structures are now constructed, be it in the way the infrastructure, for example, the electrical grid, the water systems, and everything is constructed so that it will be able to withstand the effects of climate change going forward. Deforestation is being reversed in some areas by planting more trees. So these are the measures that responsible governments are taking to make sure that the effects of climate change are pushed back on. So, Dr. Ngwambe, on this topic, we will try to be as brief as possible. We'll try to summarize your thoughts in less than 1 minute each, and then we'll move on to the next item on this agenda. So, what do you think about this climate change, and what should each country say? What should Ambazonians do in a free Ambazonia to make sure that we are prepared for the effects of climate change, which are undeniable now?
So this is what I'll tell you, Tom, Mike. As someone who loves the American system of federalism so much, right? I may not agree with their presidential system. I prefer parliamentary democracy, but I love the federalism that is practiced here so much, where they don't trust so much the government in Boya, but they trust the local government. You and I are from Mezam. Our state capital is Bamenda. I trust the leadership of Bamenda more than I'll be trusting what's going on in Boya. Because if there's that kind of flooding inside of Mezam, I'm going to go to the county Department of Public Works, and I'm going to find out what the hell is going on with the drainage system that I've been paying taxes for all these years, and you were supposed to have finance, proper pipes to be put under our streets so that when it rains like this, the water drains under there, the pipes are big enough, they're being kept clear so that this water is taken somewhere else and it does not flood the city. I will go there and hold them accountable. I will not be waiting for Boya government to come and hold people in Mizam and in Bamenda in particular accountable for work that should have been done. I will not be waiting for that. Inside my Mizam, we are going to have Mizam county courts, where if you commit a crime in Mizam, meaning that when you were building that gutter, right, the underground sewage system, and you didn't do it properly, I'm not going to need to go to Boya to be harassing the politicians there to follow up why you didn't do that thing in Mizam properly. I'm going to go directly there, and the courts will follow up on that for us. As a matter of fact, if we even have our own local attorney generals, district attorneys, and stuff like that, who will see that these crimes have been done, and we are even electing them, if these elected district attorneys you don't follow up on these things, we remove them from power and elect someone else who will make sure that the will and the aspirations of Ambazonians from Mezam are being respected before we're going to Boya to be chasing after the central government to be doing it for us. That's what I want to see.
And to follow up on the lawmakers, as we were saying previously, it also takes, we also have to hold accountable the lawmakers if they are passing good laws with regards to town planning. How is there proper town planning? Because when you look at what was happening in Boya, you realize that there is no drainage system. Because the only reason why this water was running above ground is because, like we all live in the West here, we see the rainwater is well collected and sent underground in pipes underground, drainage systems underground, and this water goes down there. Huge pipes where you can stand inside a drainage pipe. You can stand erect inside a drainage pipe, and this is where this water goes, and then it is properly channeled towards a safe discharge point. And the destruction that this water should have caused above ground is now eliminated. That is what I'm talking about. These are the things we will do in the new Ambazonia by making sure that we put in place. When you talk of, we remember the PWD, what they used to do, even just in road maintenance, how they used to, every season, even if it is dirt road, they come and grade it, water it, compact it, to make sure that the roads are drivable. Chairman Frank, make your own point on this so we can move on. Chairman Frank, are you there? Chairman Frank seems not to be there momentarily. Okay. The next. Okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was saying that thank you for the opportunity. And on the issue of a free and better Ambazonia, my advice is that Ambazonians should do everything now at this foundational level we are in to make sure that we put in place strong, very strong institutions, and stay away from trying to build up strong men. We need justice and accountability. We need a responsible governance for the people, by the people, whereby if you are occupying a post of responsibility and you do wrongly, the people should be able to hold you accountable. If we go over to the issue of climate change, you see, what do you expect in La République du Cameroon that I call Biameroon? The person who is in charge of the timber, the forest in La République is Frank Biya. The president's son, he is the one exporting the timber. He is the one basically, amassing and they just cut down trees. They don't plant trees. They don't replace them. You come to, like the drainage system we're talking about. Go to Yaoundé Center, to the post office. They call it Post Central. You see all those huge buildings, those huge structures standing there. Just go up 100 meters at Mvogada. Look at what they have right there. You will see more buildings, that are punching, almost falling over like this. But that is, the town planning they have in their, political capital. I'm not talking, just right beside the road you are passing, those buildings are just there. Everything is there. These are the things that, end up seeing what we are seeing every now and then in La République du Cameroon. And even in Boya, they will come, they will sell out pieces of land to people to build their structures and businesses, upon. They don't care whether is obstructing anything.
Without any regulation.
No regulation. They will sell it out. And then when something happens like this, they will come back to those very people they gave land titles to and arrest them, take them to prison and say, oh, this thing was because you built something. That person has a land title issued by the government.
Yeah. Under normal circumstances, Chairman Frank, the first thing to do is to go after the person who signed the permit to allow that building to be put up the way it was put up, without any regulation. That's where you should start. But no, they don't do that. They go after the small guy. They start harassing the small guy after collecting money from that small guy to allow him to build the house the way it was built. And let's go to the next item here, which is power generation. If you look at every country right now, one of the points of contention that is even going to almost causing wars between countries is the ability to generate power. The ability to generate power, because without power, you cannot develop. Look at what is happening in the southern Cameroons and even in La République right now. Power shortage. People go for weeks, sometimes a month, without electricity. I mean, how do you expect an economy to function without electricity? How do you expect an economy to function? And we have a natural source of power in your own very county, Chairman Frank, the Menchum Falls. The Menchum Falls, which can produce electricity to power the whole of Ambazonia and beyond, and even into Nigeria. But La République refused to develop it because it was located in the southern Cameroons. That's a huge source of energy and employment for our youth. But they have refused to develop it. That is one thing that Ambazonia will do. We will once and for all solve the problem of power shortage. We will no longer have people staying for weeks and months without electricity. That is what we will do. We will develop that hydroelectricity power source in Chum, and make sure that once for all, our businesses can thrive. So, Dr. Wambe, I don't know if you want to say something about this.
One of the nice things about this hydroelectric power, right? Because I was reading a little bit on the dam that the Ethiopians, our brothers, the Ethiopians built, and mind you, they got to be there for war, and they build dam. Oh, French Cameroon. I digress. That dam that they built was enabled them to be able to manage flooding in even some of the neighboring countries like Sudan, where the Nile passes through them. So they're able to manage the flooding there. And because they're able to manage the flooding there, it also helps them to be able to manage the irrigation that can be used in farming in all the other countries that are existing upstream. I know Egypt is having some contention about that dam that was built there, but there are some benefits that they are going to be able to achieve with that dam being built there, besides the electricity, being able to maintain their farms properly. I mean, you know, in Africa we have an issue of water shortage, huge issue of water shortage. By producing a dam, you are able to produce different, create different man-made reservoirs that can contain water for you, that you can allow to flow out during the dry season. We have water. You know, I mean, there's so many trickle-down benefits of some of the things that we Ambazonians are going to be able to do. And then, mind you, we have all this intellectual capacity and human resource power back home. That Mike and Chairman Frank, I don't know if you, I mean, you all know how industrious our people back home are. Our people, our Ambazonians, do not believe in waiting for the government to feed you and do what they get to work. I know my sisters, my brothers back home who are putting in, they're not waiting for anyone to give them a handout, and they are making sure that they have their daily bread. Imagine if they had a government like what we have in this America that creates an enabling environment, gives them the loans that they need to do for them to be able to create jobs and hire people and to be able to have a prosperous society. Chairman Frank and Dan Mike, we would be the best country in that Africa.
That's all what we want. I think one other thing that in today's economy, for any economy to do well, the one thing that must be present too is the internet, a steady source of online access for your businesses. You have to have people being able to connect to the grid in ways that will make them competitive with other businesses in other places. If your own network or system is slow, it makes it impossible for you to compete with others. If it is not even there, if you are trading on the stock market, and very soon the electricity is off, now you are off. You maybe you were at the point of putting in a bid. You are off and you lost that bid. You cannot compete if you don't have a steady access to the internet, and by extension, making sure that the access that you have is safe and secure. Those are some of the things that are important as we think about a new ambassador. These are the things we have to fortify. These are the things we have to put in place and make sure that they are readily available and cheaply too to all ambassadors. So it will help every person, every business to be able to compete internationally. That is what every country is doing, trying to give an edge to their businesses and their citizens to be able to compete globally. Yep. Very important. And one other thing is infrastructure. Infrastructure. The road network must be good to allow the free flow of goods from farm to market, from factory to the market, and things like that. It's not just roads, but rail. And why not by air? We should have multiple airports with ease of movement to allow for businesses and investors. These are some of the things that investors look for. When a business is considering coming to invest in your own home country, they take these things into consideration. We can go on and on. Taxation and customs. People want to know that if they are bringing their produce to your country to sell, then they will not come and wait for a month and have their produce sit there. They are losing money because you cannot get them out because of corruption, because someone is waiting to be paid back through the back door and all that stuff. And sometimes some people, like what is happening in La Republic, sometimes people simply get angry and they abandon whatever they brought in and they leave. They never come back again. Personally, I decided that I would never again ship anything to that country for anything like business, because it is just, it's a nightmare trying to do that. So these are the things where you put a custom system where you bring in some things 1, 2, 3 days maximum. You should be out of there. Go on and do your business and pay a rate that is commensurate with the value of what you are bringing in. You don't bring in something and someone just sits there who has no clue of what you are bringing in, the value. He just said, Pay me 5 million. Pay me 10 million. They have not even taken the time to evaluate the worth of what you have and the net benefit you will have when you sell it. These are some of the things. Before I list too many things, you can chime in, Chairman Frank. As to these things, this is how we are going to establish the new ambassador, and that's why we're bringing these things so that people understand. When we talk of a free ambassador, this is what we are talking about.
Yeah, Chairman Mike, you have said it all, and I think Dr. Ngwambe really came in strongly on that issue. Mm-hmm. You see, the Menchum Dam has not been developed because it is found in Ambazonia.
Yes.
The Victoria Deep Sea Port has not, which is a natural deep sea port that God has already made available, has not been put into good use because it is found in Ambazonia. You go to all these other things you are saying, but these are things that will have worked for our good. La République has submitted our people to a lot of hardship, such that our people has developed themselves into very strong people. They are very, very, they are like economic bigwigs. And so the system we are wanting to put in place in Ambazonia will be an economic system, a market system where there is competition. It is not going to be singing songs and clapping, oh, poor beer, our forever, our this and that. No, you sit down, you set up your business, you do your stuff, you grow, and that is what will make Ambazonia different from La République du Cameroon. You were talking a while ago that you will no longer ship anything to Cameroon. It is not only you, even nations, entire nations that were getting their products delivered through the Douala seaport have cut off ties. There are countries that have decided to go far away towards the east to go get their stocks from there and then move them towards their countries by land rather than coming to get their things just in Douala. Countries like the Central African Republic, even Chad also were, all these countries, they were being supplied through the Douala seaport. But because of the corruption, because of the high taxation, because of all this, they call it gendarmerie and police checkpoints on the road, people say, no, it's just too much. We can't do this. And La République knows that kills their nation, but because that is the system they have chosen for their country, they are changing nothing. Where is the former director of customs? He is in jail. Where is the minister of finance? He is in jail. Where is the minister of this and that? They are all in jail. That is the system over there. It is pathetic.
Yeah, that is the problem we have, because when you talk about them being in jail, they are being in jail, but if you look at it, it's whatever they stole, has someone taken it back? Is it taken back and put in the coffin?
Of course, they did not send them to jail because of the monies they embezzled or anything.
Yeah,
they are in jail because of political reasons, not even because of the fact that they have stolen money. They have stolen, even the ones that are outside, they are thieves. All of them are thieves. They have all stolen money, embezzled, but they now go after their political opponents because of the politics and not because of the wrongdoing.
Exactly. So yes, since we are rushing through these items, in subsequent programs, we will go in detail into each of these topics, because each of them is a whole topic by itself. I just wanted to gloss over. So, Dr. Ngwambe, some other things that are worth considering are good governance. Good governance, which means that any investor wants to know that there is stability in that country. That when you come to that country, the political structure is stable enough where there will not be war, where they will start taking their things and running away. They want to know that there's good governance, there's democracy, there's accountability, the judicial system is working well, so that someone will not simply come and tell you, give me this, and if you don't give it, I will shut you down, and then there's no recourse for you. People want to know that the environment is stable for business. And then that the people are educated enough to have to be able to serve in the industry that you are going to create, and to have the right kind of education, not this kind of education where we are taught just to take orders. That people are able to think creatively. Employers today want to know that you can act independently, not just sit there and be told, okay, do this and you do it, do that and you do it. They want someone who can be on his own feet and think creatively and do things for a company. And of course, we cannot minimize the effects of corruption. Make sure that corruption is kept in check. I know that corruption can never be eliminated. Even here in the US, there's still corruption, but it is kept in check so that it can allow for businesses to function. And when you are caught engaging in corruption, that you pay a price for. Not like we were saying that people are simply sent to jail, just sometimes as just to get them out of the way so people can stop talking about what they did. Like, of recent, we saw Mogu Belenga, after the slaughter of the journalists, was sent to jail. You think that guy is really in jail? He's just sent there so that this thing should die down, and then they will let him go, and that's the end of it. So I just want you to talk on these few things. Since we are about 10 minutes to the end of the show, that we can just conclude on these items. I think unfortunately, we started late due to the technical hitches, but I think we've been able to give Ambazonians some good dose of information that should help them in their decision making going forward. Dr. Wambe, just for you to chime in on some of these topics.
So as you've correctly said, a good judicial system that is independent of the executive, meaning that they're independent of the prime minister or chancellor of Ambazonia, and are also independent from the influence and bullying of the governor of Lebi Alem or the governor of Bafut, however we're going to structure our states, right? That independence is important. And why is that independence important? That independence is important because, let's say, as our brother Frank here, he went to school with this Senator Kamenge guy. And because our brother Frank here now, he's opened his store, and that Kamenge guy maybe he was a judge. And our brother Frank here has opened a store and he's selling some kind of goods that is making people sick, right? And because his friend he went to school with is a judge, when people start to complain and that thing comes up to court, maybe Comrade Frank also has a friend, a classmate, who is the governor now of Menchum. And that governor impresses on this judge that, you know what, leave my classmate Frank alone. Do not follow up on that case. If not, I'm going to do this, and that. We don't want that in Ambazonia because that's what we've been dealing with in French Cameroon. And that's not going to happen in Ambazonia. And why is the reason that that's not going to happen? Because we're not going to allow governors to appoint judges. Yeah. We're going to make sure that, there's not going to be some conflict of interest between those judges and the cases that they're going to be engaged in. For example, if you went to school with me and my case comes up in your office, just because you and I went to CPC together, or we went to Sase or Bishop Rogan, et cetera, and if that is known, right, you're not going to be judging my case.
No, as you already said, Dr. Gwambe, in Ambazonia, governors will be elected, judges will be elected. That's how it's done here. You have to go through the people you are serving for them to validate whether you are a good enough representative to stand there or to sit there and represent their interest. The people have to make that decision. It's not someone just sitting somewhere and appointing, that is your governor, and you are compelled to live under that person. That person has no obligation to serve you well. That person has the obligation to serve the person who appointed him or her, not you.
Yep.
You have no voice there. You cannot stop him or her from being the governor. So they pay their allegiance to the person who appointed them. That is wrong. The governor should pay his or her allegiance to the people. To the people, not to an individual who is sitting somewhere. Those are the changes we intend to bring in Ambazonia, and we want Ambazonians to take note of this. Chairman Frank.
Yeah, I think on that case, you have just said it all. There is no way I will put you somewhere and that you are staying in that place depends on me, and then you will not want to do it my way. It's that simple.
Yep.
These are the things that La République du Cameroon and France wants in that territory, so that they can continue doing what they have been doing for over 60 years. But we thank God for Jesus Christ, because Ambazonia is gone. Whether they like it or not, we are gone.
Yeah.
They will stay back to either fix their own country or waste themselves in the mud. We are gone. Yeah, we are gone. It will not take all Ambazonians in their totality to free Ambazonia. Ambazonia is gone. La République knows this deep in their hearts. They know. It is just a matter of time for them to accept the reality that is on the ground.
Talking about Ambazonia being gone, look at the silence that is going on in that country right now. The silence, they say it's always silent before a storm, something like that. Something is brewing that is yet to happen there. We don't know what it is, but it doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good. But we will not worry about what happens in La République. We worry about what happens in Ambazonia. So we are marching forward. We are determined. We will never give up. Our ARFs on the ground are standing firm, and they are doing a marvelous job, and we are determined to continue supporting them. We will continue to support them for the very reasons that we have outlined here. We have a huge potential to be a developed country. We have the potential, we have the manpower, we have the resources, we have the environment that is rich with resources. All that is needed is good leadership. All we need is good leadership. That is all we need. We don't need anything else. We don't need anyone giving us money. Just give us good leadership in that environment called Ambazonia. And in 5 years, you'll be amazed at the results that will come out of it. That is what we want Ambazonians to understand. We have a huge potential. Dr. Wambe, you are itching to say something there.
I'm itching to say that we want good leadership, but most importantly, we want institutions that will help us select good leaders and get rid of the bad leaders.
Exactly.
That's what I want.
Exactly. And hold them accountable. Hold the leaders accountable when they do wrong.
Yep.
We should be able to hold. We should not have someone who they say, "Oh, Papa Ele." We don't want to hear that nonsense.
I don't even want to hear the nonsense of God chosen Prime Minister of Ambazonia or God chosen Chancellor. I don't want to hear that nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't.
John Gute will say, "My Papa," will Papa say, "Make a come talk say." Oh God, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. How can a grown man be so dog-like? And that's a grown man with a. I'm sure he has a wife. If I were a woman and my husband went out and did something like that, I'll be waiting for you at home with a baseball bat. As soon as you show your head through the door, I'll bash you on the head. My papa said, "Make a come talk." Say they want to come home and be a man. You are just such a loser for you to go out there and say something like that.
At that, Mike, as a matter of fact, his wife should be asking, did Paul Biya say you can come home and eat? Has he confirmed that you can eat first before I put this plate for you to eat? That's what they should be asking. You know, if he wants to be abrogating his common sense.
How this man, I really feel sorry for Dion Gute, you know. See how he was humiliated recently. I haven't heard from him since then. I don't know what's happening there. He was just humiliated by a common minister, and he could not even say anything. And that is, fellow ambassadors, you just look at this. This is someone who is supposed to be the head of government. That's what they call it, head of government. You go out there and you burst your balls and you do something that is supposed to be for the country, and you come home and they say, you sit there and be quiet. Whatever you did there is nothing. And the man cannot even say a word. They call him a prime minister. Give me a break. Give me a break. Chairman Frank, your final words, and then Dr. Ngwambe, your final words, 1 minute, and then we close this for today.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. I want to say that, Ambazonians should, note down the dates on their calendars. That is for our conference, May the 5th to the 7th, 2023. We should also remember that we have our upcoming draft that is coming up. Amazonians should, show proof of their patriotism by massively participating in this draft. We should also continue to try to reach out to our brothers and sisters, even those who have somehow rejected invitations to discussions that will bring collaboration. Somebody may be pushing that strong just because they want to see that you are genuine, you are not pretending. So let us keep trying until it happens. We need everybody to be on the table, and we just want to do our things like civilized people, like people who truly want democracy and freedom for Ambazonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Frank, for coming on board again. Please, I really appreciate it. Your contributions are always welcome. Dr. Ngwambe, your turn, please.
Now, Mike, Amba, for inviting me on your show. As always, my brother, Chairman Frank, it is always a blessing to sit here with you and to inform and have a discussion with each other that informs and enlightens our people. My fellow Ambazonians, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to give a shout out to all the leaders and all the movements, all the stakeholders, all those who believe in Ambazonia, who are doing their best effort to make sure that we have a collaborative conference, that we come together in collaboration. I want to finish off my closing remarks by using the words of our sister here, Jolie Jojo. I really like what she wrote here in the comment section, so I'm going to just echo her words for all Ambazonians worldwide to see. Our sister says, until Ambazonia is free, La République du Cameroon will continue to suffer with their sham options and policies. Ambazonia is real. And like my brother Kennedy says, oh yes. You know how Kennedy always says, oh yes. Oh yes, that is us. We are real, and we are getting there bit by bit. God bless you all.
And to that, I say, and I really appreciate our online viewers, especially the comments when they're coming in. We really appreciate your comments. We feed from your comments to get the show going. Don't think that your comments go in vain. We read them and we factor them into the discussions that we are having. So please, when you are watching, always try to keep commenting. Let us know what you're thinking. Sometimes we get it wrong, and you can send us something to let us know we didn't get it right, and we will do so, and we will correct it. So again, thank you all. Thank you, my brothers, Frank and Ngwambe, for coming on board again. Of course, the topics we have talked about today, I cannot thank our ARFs enough. There is no struggle without our ARFs. That is a fact. There is no struggle without them. So they are the engine. We are just the lubricants. We are just the oil in the engine to keep it moving. So our ARFs, we are thanking you for the great job that you are doing, and we want you to keep doing it. We will be here to keep supporting you and motivating you and encouraging you until Ambazonia is free. We are here today continuing with our quest for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons, of course. And we cannot relent. We cannot stop until that objective is achieved. So I see I want to share with you a piece of information here, just so you know. For the past few weeks, we have been having a lot of trouble with ABS TV, And it happened that someone had hacked into the webpage of ABS TV and took over control and completely made it impossible for many of you who are now watching to have access to ABS TV or to have the notification whenever ABS TV was on. So we just got that resolved a few days ago, and I can assure you that we have full control of the webpage again. And going forward, we'll try to man it more carefully. I put a little bit more security measures in place to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So that is what happened, that we're having a lot of trouble because someone hacked into the system and took over control. That said, today is again Tuesday. I'm glad to be here again. We took a little bit of a break to let people enjoy the Christmas and New Year festivities, and we are back again on course and to prosecute this struggle to the very logical end. While I wait for you to make sure that you share the link, please, that is one of your responsibilities. Besides watching the show, you have to make sure that you send the link to others. So invite them to join us so that we can have a discourse here on the set of the war zone. Yes, I would like to, first of all, to start sharing with you some information. But let me say hello to a few people who are already here. I see Sarah White. Sarah White, always here, Sarah White. Acha Ernest, good to see you. And I'd like for you to send me a comment, a greeting. Let me know you are here. And I said, yeah, the numbers are increasing. Please keep sharing. Send me a greeting, send me something, a message, let me know you are watching, thumbs up, love, whatever, comment. I need to know you are here. So, and send me a comment if you want me to put something out here. Maybe from your RGA, where are you watching from? Are you in Gi? Are you in Momo? Are you in Bui? Are you in Fako, Meme, Indian, Donga, Mantung, Menchung, Mezam? Which one am I forgetting? I hope I'm not forgetting any. Gokitunja, of course. So wherever you are, please, you can say hello. Let me know you are here. Talbot Bismarck, thank you for watching. So during the week, I want to share with you something. Amba Warrior, good to see you. From Switzerland, the land of hills and mountains of snow. Yes, during the week, I've been having some communication. I just want to share this with you. I've been having some communications with a patriot, a very committed patriot who is in Ground Zero. And whenever there's anything happening in Ground Zero, he's the first to reach out to me. I just want this patriot to know that I recognize him and I see the work he is doing. And this is not just someone who started yesterday. This is someone who started fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons even before I was born. Yeah, it's someone who's been fighting this struggle even before I was born. And he is still in it now, even more committed than the youth today. I just want to take this moment to recognize this patriot. Unfortunately, I cannot call his name because, of course, the criminal soldiers of La Republique will go and kill him. But I want him to know that the work he is doing is being recognized. Fellow Ambazonians, this is someone who is 89 years old. 89 years old. He's almost 90 years. 89 years old. Whenever there's a problem, even with ABS TV or there's something happening in Ground Zero, I get a message from him. He calls or he sends a message or sends an audio message to say, this is what is happening. We are not getting ABS TV. This is what is happening. There's some fighting here. The terrorist soldiers, there's a helicopter flying over the air. We don't know what's happening. He is always there, always sending out information. And why I'm telling this to you is because I look at this man who is 89 years old. I mean, I don't think he is hoping to get anything more from this struggle. He is not hoping to get anything more from this struggle because he's almost on his way out. 89 years old. What is he going to look for a job? No, but he is as committed as ever. And then I ask myself, what about those who are still young, those who actually have something to benefit from a free Ambazonia? What are they doing? If they were just half as committed as this 8-9-year-old patriot, just half as committed, I tell you, would have gone a long way already by now. Probably Ambazonia will be free. If they were just half as committed as this 8-9-year-old patriot. That's why I'm bringing you this story. That wherever you are, whatever you think you are doing, there are people who don't have anything to benefit from this struggle, who are giving it their all for the pride to know that Ambazonia is actually free. That's all that's all the satisfaction they have to get out of it. Nothing more. He's not waiting to get any benefit again from a free Ambazonia. He's not 89 years old. What more does he want? He can simply say, after all, one more do I have to get out of this? I give up. But he is fighting even harder than those who have something to get out of it. So you just have a moment to reflect on that and ask yourself if you're doing enough for this struggle. I just thought I should share that with you. Yeah, thank you, Sarah White again. Thank you. Olga Putinova. Okay. Christiano IG group. Whatever you call that. Prince Rene, you're watching. Good to see you. Derek Winner, good to see you. Cecile Chandes, good to see you. There's only one IG. IG is not a group. Thank you very much. I couldn't have said that better. You just nailed it. You nailed it. That is exactly true. There's just one IG, and the IG is not a group. So I want also to take this moment to state one thing. I'm sure that you all watched a video from one French journalist saying that no PTA had escaped. He had been paid a certain amount of money. He's now somewhere in Europe, and that he got whatever 400 million. And I just want you to know that that story, as much as he has reported some correct information before, I think whoever gave him that intelligence did not do him any favor. Because that information that was given to him is false. That information is not correct. It's inaccurate. No PT is very much on the ground, in ground zero, doing what he knows how to do best. Organize his college of generals to continue doing what they are doing. And let me first of all extend this by doffing my hat off to the Boy Unity Warriors, who continue to, they are relentless. They are just consistent, very consistent, disciplined, and focused. They know exactly what they are supposed to do, and they are doing exactly that. We have seen other forces. I don't know what is going on, and especially in some counties of the southern zone. I'm here especially referring to FACO. We used to have a formidable force there, not just one, but for quite some time now, FACO has been like the vacation spot for La République du Cameroon soldiers. And it's just like anything goes. Nothing is happening there. The celebrations are happening. Moja terrorized our people for quite some time. He has taken a break now, I think. But I don't know what is happening with FACO, but I think FACO needs to sit up. FACO really needs to sit up. But again, and other counties as well, not just FACO alone. Other counties have been lacking. Some have sporadic actions coming in here and there, but I can tell you, Bui has been consistent. They are consistent, and I just want to thank them for their service to Ambazonia. But in the days ahead, I can see some mobilization going on. There's some mobilization going on to make sure that other counties step up. There's some mobilization. I can't disclose anything here, but there is some mobilization going on, and in the days ahead, you will certainly see a change. There will certainly be a change, because this nonsense cannot continue for too long. We have waited for these people to come to the table so we can talk. We waited and waited and waited, and they're dragging their feet. They are dragging their feet. So I want us to know. I have before I go into the news proper, before I go into the news that I have to bring to you this afternoon, I want you first of all to watch a few videos. I have about 3 videos that I want us to watch to see exactly how Ambazonians were radicalized up to the point where we are today. You remember, again, we keep going back to this video of when we came out to march with peace plans. Nobody had any weapon. Nobody had a weapon. That is why we carried peace plans as a sign of peaceful protest. It demonstrated that we were marching peacefully. But what did they do? They responded with the most brutal violence, shot people to death, got into houses, killed men, women, children, all young. It was indiscriminate. The killing was indiscriminate. They're handicapped. Even those on wheelchairs, they will shoot them and kill. And that is what radicalized Ambazonians, and they realized that if they did not fight back, they will be killed into extinction. But I like for us to watch some of these videos, just so that we remember exactly how we got here. We are a very peaceful people, but we were pushed to the wall. And as I say, it goes, when you push someone and push, and he finds his back against the wall, there's only one place to go, forward. And if you are standing in front of that person will have to knock you out in order to move forward. And that is exactly what we're doing. So I'd like for us to watch a few videos. The first one is after we started marching and they were arresting our boys, you see a young man being brutalized, beaten with pieces of wood, 2x4s. And I don't know if that young man survived. And you see the video for yourself. If we can see that video, please. If we can see that video of how this violence was started by La République du Cameroon. And thereafter, we will see the one of, yes, that is it. That is the video. That one is of the school. That is one of them. That is supposed to be a school where a student was tortured, I think, to death. Military in a school, torturing our boys in a school, our children, I should say our boys, our children in school. They said they want us to be peaceful. But these children are in school and they'll go and arrest someone in school and torture him to death. Look at. It could destroy that young man's spine when you throw him to the ground like that. You see, that is the problem we have. I think the next video is the one where the young man is being beaten with pieces of planks, pieces of wood. We will watch that next. And then there's the last one will be one which happened recently. Yeah, that is it. That is how it started. That is how it Look at what they are using to beat a human being. As if it's an animal. That is what they are using to beat a human being. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what they are using to beat a human being. And now they tell us, they turn around and they want to call us terrorists. Who is the terrorist here? I want you to tell me. Who is the terrorist? Is that young man holding any weapon? Look at him. Is he holding any weapon? Why is he being treated like that? Look at that. Look at that. You see? Yes. Yes. And they are videotaping it, having a good time. They're having a good time doing it. They're videotaping it as if it's a sport. They're enjoying it. They're enjoying it. That is how we got radicalized, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people come around terrorist soldiers. They are in uniform. They cannot deny it. There they are. That is the terror that we have been subjected to for 60 years. You remember the days of Calais? That is exactly the same thing they did. The days of Calais. You come into a community, you simply arrest people and beat them up for no reason, for just no reason. Yes. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. So when people say you are terrorists, I want you to remember this. Remember this. But those days are gone. We will never, never again live with these people. It is over. It is over. Done. We have given them time to change, but they have refused to change. So let's watch another video of that one just happened recently, where they arrested a young man and they made him swim, was rolling in mud. As he was rolling in mud, he was standing there. Yeah, that is it. He's rolling in mud and he's standing there with a gun. He's standing there with a gun, waiting for him to make the least mistake and he will shoot and kill, and nothing will happen to him. You see, he's standing there with a gun. That is a human being. After that, he will tell him to take the mud and rub on his head. He's rubbing mud on his head. This happened, I think, just last week. Just last week. It happened just last week. It's not so long ago. Just last week, that is when it happened. We have been treated like animals for too long. So, fellow Ambazonians, that is what I wanted you to see. I wanted you just to understand what we are fighting against. This is the terror that we are trying to resist. We've been subjected to for so long. We've been subjected to for so long. Acts of terror, hatred, brutality, and some people think it's just okay. They're whining and dining with the enemy. The enablers are whining and dining with the enemy. When you ask them to say, what are you complaining about? Everything is just fine. There's nothing wrong. There's no problem. After all, they are not the ones enduring this pain and torture. They are not the ones enduring it. And they don't feel for their own people. When you elect people to go out and represent you, they are supposed to protect you. That is their job. That is their responsibility, to protect you, to make sure you are well, you are taken care of, you are safe. But these people go and they close their eyes and they see their own people being tortured like this, molested, humiliated, raped, extorted. You know how much money leaves the southern Cameroons each day from these terrorist soldiers just arresting people at random, locking them up and extorting money from them? It's now a big business. It's now a big business. That's what they do. That's how they survive now. When you don't have money, you just go out, look at people at random, just arrest as many as you want, lock them up, and then tell them to pay each person 100,000 francs, 50,000 francs. The money comes, and you take it and go home and live your life. And then who are those suffering? We are the ones suffering. We continue suffering. But Ambazonians, this cannot continue. It cannot continue. We have had enough of this nonsense. We've had enough of this nonsense. I don't know about you. I don't know if you are as enraged as I am, because the problem is this. The problem is this, fellow Ambazonians. If you are looking at this and you feel like, okay, maybe we're enduring this for the next 1 or 2 months and that'll be it. No, it's not going to end. It's not going to end tomorrow or next year or next year. This is a permanent situation because we have been going through this ever since we came together with these people. Ever since they violently came in, when Ahito marched his gendarmes and military, and they came in, terrorized our leaders then, Muna, Fonlon, Foncha, Endeli, they terrorized them, Joa, they terrorized them and took over. We have never been comfortable. We have never been comfortable. So that is it, fellow Ambassadors. Let me tilt on to something else. Again, let me see. Even if it's someone said it's an older video. No matter, regardless, it is still the same. It has the same effect. It has the same effect. It was still perpetrated on our people, and that is wrong. Now let us go to the main story, one of the main stories that I'm bringing you today, and that is 11th February. 11th February. What is the significance of 11th February? 11th February is the day of the plebiscite. The plebiscite, the day when we were compelled. I use the word compelled because we were compelled to do so. It was not of our willingness that we went into this experiment with La République du Cameroon, but we were compelled to do so. We were compelled to do so. And that is the day when the so-called vote was taken, and we were asked to choose either to be with, to join La République du Cameroon or Nigeria. So when we joined La République du Cameroon, there was a federal system of government that was in place. And the constitution at the time clearly stated that under no condition must this federal structure of government be altered. That is what I think I brought to you that constitution, the constitution that was used at the time. I brought it to you some time ago during one of my programs. That the constitution clearly stated that the federal form of government was never to be altered. In typical La République style, it did not take long for them to break that argument because, see, we see some of our comrades having that experience now in Canada, still falling for this mindset that you can have an argument with La République du Cameroon, but they are learning the same lesson all over again. And it's so tragic that at this point in time, we ought to know better. We ought to know better that before you sit down again with La République du Cameroon to say you're signing or to have a meal, make sure your spoon is made of bamboo, right? Make sure you have a very long spoon made of bamboo so that if they grab the spoon, you completely walk away, and so you don't get hurt. But our comrades, maybe they was just so eager to make sure that they have an argument, and they went there without putting in place the necessary precautions to avoid a repeat of not just the 1961 or 1972 the situation with La République du Cameroon, but I think they are finding out now again that it seems they have fallen in that same soup. So as I was saying, 11th February is like a day when we were taken into slavery. You can call it that. That's the day our hands and legs were tied and handed over to La République du Cameroon. Because since coming together with them, we have known nothing else but suffering. Since coming together with them, they have always been in the position of leadership. We have always been the underdogs. We have been their servants. I should say we have been their slaves. And the only reason they are with us is not because they love us, it is because of what we have. It's because of what we have. So why am I bringing this to you? I'm here reminding you that the celebration of 11th February in Ambazonia is banned. Do I have to say that again? The celebration of 11th February in Ambazonia is banned. Never again shall we celebrate 11th February in Ambazonia. I want you to understand that. We will never again celebrate 11th February in Ambazonia. That is why I'm bringing you this, so that this coming 11th February, nobody, the interim government and other groups that are fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons have decided that from the 10th and 11th, there will be a lockdown of our country. Ambazonia will be in a state of lockdown because we will not allow La République du Cameroon to come in and spit in our faces and insult us to say that they are celebrating the day when we were enslaved. How arrogant is that? How arrogant is that? That you enslave me and then you turn around and tell me to celebrate the day that I was enslaved? Huh? Who wants to do that? So, fellow Ambazonians, whoever is going out on that day, it's your problem, because the restoration fighters will be watching. If they cannot get you on that day, they'll get you the day after, or 2 days after, or 3 days after. But they will get you. They'll be watching. Anyone who goes out to celebrate anything on that day, the day when we were insulted and abused and taken advantage of, it will not be celebrated in Ambazonia. So I want it to be very clear. There will be no celebration of 11th February in Ambazonia anywhere. So anyone going out on that day, you are doing so at your own risk. So it can either be a day of, you can consider it a day of mourning, because that's not a day that should be celebrated at all. It should be a day of mourning. It should be a day of reflection. It should be a day of strategizing on how we can get out of this situation. But you should not go out there to celebrate anything. There should be no marching anywhere. There should be no drumming anywhere. The bars should be closed. No celebration whatsoever. No clubs should be open. None of that. There should be complete silence in Ambazonia on that day. So anyone going out, you are doing so at your own risk. As the saying goes, fellow Ambazonians, as they talk for pigeon, money head, na neck the carry. Again, money head, na neck the carry. So he who does not want to listen, that is up to you. I don't have to say it beyond that. So they have made fools of us for too long. They don't crush we enough. They don't insult we enough. They don't spit for our face enough. They don't peace give them, say we will drink them. And now we talk, say enough is enough. We see this man will become for America, Mr. Paul B. I can't hear where he don't lost sense don't chakra. He say, he come on say, we be terrorists, he go show me something. I say, man, we know if he didn't work at the peace for a dross, he say, he go show me how. He know if he first worker. It worker, let's say, if wind pass, more it will go down. So that is the situation. That is the situation. So again, I would like for us again to take a look at those who are watching, who are in charge of that country called La République du Cameroon. Let's take a look and see. First of all, Mr. Paul Biya himself, looking all completely finished, and then this other one who is supposed to be the president of the Senate or somebody. I have two videos I would like for us to watch. And when we watch these videos, I want you to picture yourself or to picture these individuals leading. And then when we're done watching, we will have to examine what it means to be a leader and what capabilities you need to have in order to lead. So let's watch those videos first. Probably starting with Mr. Biya and then Mr. Whatever his name is, President of the Senate. And these are the people who are considered leaders of. Look at that. That is your President of the Senate. Maybe you think that's someone, a patient coming out of the hospital. That is the President of your Senate, Nyat Jipenji. Yes, look at him, President of the Senate in a country that is majority youth. These are the zombies leading them. These are the zombies you have as your leaders. And not forgetting the other one, Kabaye Jibril, who looks like an old baboon. A nursing home candidate greeting another nursing home candidate. And they are the ones in charge. They are the ones in charge. Those are the people leading La République du Cameroon. And they tell you emergence 2035 or what? Emergence. Now let's ask ourselves, after watching this, let's ask ourselves, when we talk about a leader, who is a leader? And what attributes do we expect from a leader? A leader, be it a leader in a group of maybe animals. Animals have their own leaders too. When you look at a group of lions, the leader is always the most fit, the one that is astute enough, tough enough to fend off enemies. That is who you make your leader. Though its leadership is not all about strength, it is about having the concern of your people, being willing to protect them. That is why the lions will choose someone who is strong, so that that lion can fend off enemies. A leader is someone who is humble enough to care about the less fortunate, the weak. You have also seen animals where even when the weaker one is left behind and is being probably chased by a predator, the leader will go back and chase off that predator in order to protect the weaker animal and bring it to the fold. Now look at these people here. Look at these people here. You have Paul Biya, you have Nyat Jipenji, you have Kabaye Jibril, you have many of them. Most of them at the higher level there are of that age, 89, 90 years. They are the ones in charge. So the question is, when they call themselves leaders, where are they leading you? Where are they taking you? Where are these people taking the country? Where are they taking the country? They're taking you to the grave? Is that where they're leading you to? And you are surprised that you have a country. Of recent, someone, I think I saw a list where they have increased prices of almost everything. Some prices doubled, some prices tripled. Postage stamp now, I think it's about 1,500. University students now have to pay, I think from 50,000 now, it is now up to 300,000 that a university student has to pay to go to school. Just imagine that. And you know why? Because the country has been exposed as being bankrupt. It's poorly run. There's a lot of corruption, and I'll show you another video where I think it's Glencore that goes around bribing all of these people who call themselves leaders, and then gives them their bribes, and then they mortgage the resources of the country at giveaway prices. That will be the next video we're going to watch. But let's finish with this leadership thing. Let's look at some leaders. I don't want to quote leaders out of Africa. I want to quote leaders in Africa who they may not be perfect, but they are doing a lot better. And John Magufuli, who just died, I was so devastated when I heard that he had passed, and probably he was killed. I don't think he died of natural causes, because such people in Africa are always taken out, because they don't want them to be there to be the example for others to follow. When it's someone as corrupt as Paul Biya, they will let him stay there, because it shows how Africa is, that we cannot take care of ourselves. And then he opens the door for others to come in and take the resources for free, while his own people are chaffed, they're suffering. So these people you see here, they don't care about the people they claim to lead. They don't care. I was watching another video here of Douala Yaoundé, is it Tiko Douala Road or something, where they have a pile of rubbish by the side of the road, and they frequently set this pile of rubbish on fire, and the smoke blinds drivers, so you can't see when you are driving through. And there have been a lot of accidents around that pile of rubbish. And they know that this pile of rubbish exists there, and nobody cares to stop people from dumping rubbish there. I think the recent accident that occurred, there were as many as 9 people that died on the spot in that place. And you have zombies like this. The Walking Dead. It's like watching an episode of the apocalypse. And you have people like this walking around calling themselves leaders, but they're clueless as to what is going on. You saw Paul Biya when he came here to the US. He was asking, where am I? Who are these people? They tell him, oh, you have to speak now. He said, why? Why do I have to speak? Do I have to stand there? The same man who, at one of his outings, he sat on a chair and peed in his pants, and the wife was hiding it. The other time he went out and he just got confused, and the wife was behind him lifting his hands up to speak. And the other time he went to France. And was having an interview with Mo Ibrahim. And Mo Ibrahim, they gave him a microphone to speak. And he was like, I am so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed. A man who has been president of a bilingual country for 40 years. That is all the English he could speak. I am embarrassed. And he was always struggling to speak in French. And they gave him a microphone to say something, to answer the questions. And one thing with Biya, you notice that he's so scripted. He is so scripted. He will not speak without reading from a paper. He was always struggling to get something that was already written for him to read. He can't just stand and address his people without reading from something. He managed and got a piece of paper, but before then he was saying, do you want me to say something? That's a man who has used a microphone for millions of times. And then he was given a microphone because he didn't want to answer the questions. He was pretending like, hey, you want me to talk? And I looked at that criminal and I said, if you want to eat the microphone, why don't you just go ahead and eat it if you don't know what to do with it? Eat the microphone, Biya. If you don't know what to do, you just eat it. Since it's your first time of handling a microphone, you're asking if you should talk. What do you think the microphone was for? So this is the situation that we are facing, fellow Brazilians. And what is really infuriating is when you find people so docile. Even people who should know better. And even when he came here, we saw people like Nick Santos, and the other criminal going there to welcome Pobia. Imagine that. Nick Santos, who once called himself a fellow comrade in the struggle for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons, he is now the human signboard for Pobia. How shameless. How can someone stoop so low? How can someone stoop so low as to go carrying a sign for Pobia who doesn't even know where he is? Huh? Who doesn't even know where he is? Now you see this criminal here, this another criminal here, and I'll talk about him later. I'll talk about Macron later. I'll talk about him later, because all this nonsense that is going on in Africa, especially with the CFA franc and the Francophonie, all that nonsense, is being pushed by France. But I'll talk about him later. So that is the country that they call their country. A country ruled by zombies. Yeah, these are some other slaves. These ones. You see people here, and this woman to the left, I think that's the one they call Ma S or something. It's actually an Amazonian. That one is actually the Amazonian, the one with the white muffler. That is an Amazonian. You see your own people being tortured, tormented, killed every day. And you go there to receive and glorify the person who is responsible for it. You go there to glorify. Sometimes I wonder what goes through the mind. And how much can Pobia give me to make me do that? How much? How much? I don't know. Let's just watch this video again. Walking Dead. Walking Dead.
Pourquoi je suis en vedette?
Like a baby taking his first steps. Huh? Like a baby taking his first steps.
C'est qui tous ces gens qui sont là?
Who are all these people here?
Pourquoi je peux demander ça? Est-ce qu'il y a des gens importants là?
He's asking if they are important people here.
C'est vous qui parlez. Vous avez votre micro. Vous vous a déjà introduit. Le monsieur vous a introduit. Il y avait un monsieur debout qui vous a introduit.
Je dois parler maintenant.
He's asking if we should talk now.
Vous pouvez parler assis. Vous pouvez parler assis, étant assis.
Ici?
Oui.
Pourquoi?
Yeah, he's telling him he's telling him to sit down and talk, because they know he's too weak to stand up and talk. He's saying why. He's asking why. Because you are so weak, yeah. That's why. You're so weak. You're so tired. But you don't want to go and rest. Yeah. He's fidgeting with the papers, not knowing what to do. They will have to come and urge him again a second time for him to manage to go to the podium. So that's your leader. That's the person leading a whole country of 20-something million. I think they're about 20 million now. We are not part of them, so. That's supposed to be a person leading a whole country. The youth, I think he just passed gas there. Beer just farted. Just farted right in front of the important people he was asking. confused now. He's confused.
C'est moi. Il n'y a personne pour conduire l'État.
So this man is not seeing these people in that hall or what?
C'est ici.
Oh God. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. It is so shameful, you know, whether you are of that country or not, it just gives a very bad reputation of who Africans are. It is just so shameful. I don't know. Despite the fact that he is not our leader, but just the fact that he is of the same continent as us, it paints us so badly in the eyes of the world. It's not good at all. It's not good. How can you expect someone like this to lead you and take you to a better place? That's what I want to know. How is that possible? How is it possible? How can this guy should be in a nursing home where he gets up and they make some pap for him to drink in the morning and he goes back to sleep? What is he doing here? What is he doing here? So, fellow ambassadors, that is the situation, and that is why you must make sure that when come 11th of February, we make it clear to them that we have nothing to do with them. We have loved them, and we are not going back. As Comrade Chris said, we are not going back to eat our own vomit. We have vomited La République du Cameroon. We will not go back and eat it again. We will not go back and eat our own vomit. They are out and gone for good. Because one thing you have to understand is that there is no hope in the horizon. It's not like this situation is here like this. We're hoping that maybe in 5 years or 10 years. No, it will not change. It will not change because it's the system and the caliber of people in place. Their culture is one that they don't know how to run anything. They don't know how to manage anything. They are so corrupt. So corrupt. And talking about corruption, the next video I would like for us to watch is the one where Glencore goes around Africa and bribes all these people, and then they give away our resources for free while they line their pockets with the bribe money. Let's
achievement in the criminal division's effort to hold corporate wrongdoers accountable. As you heard from our Attorney General, no corporation, however large or well-resourced, is above the law. Today, we announced charges against one of the world's largest companies, Glencore. Glencore International AG entered a guilty plea and admitted to engaging for over a decade in a scheme to bribe foreign officials in 7 different countries across Africa and South America. Separately, Glencore's U.S. subsidiary entered a guilty plea in connection with a multi-year scheme to manipulate benchmarks used to set prices for oil at 2 of our country's busiest ports. Corporate greed motivated this pervasive misconduct. Glencore engaged in these crimes to make hundreds of millions of dollars. It bribed foreign officials for business advantages across our globe. And its traders here in the United States manipulated oil benchmarks to make the company's contracts more profitable. So today, our message is clear. Crime does not pay. Glencore has agreed to pay a total of more than twice its estimated profits from these crimes. It is committed to cleaning up its corporate culture to enable that enabled widespread criminality. In addition, not one, but 2 different independent compliance monitors will be imposed to prevent crimes from reoccurring, subject to the court's approval at sentencing. Now I want to emphasize 3 things. First, these cases show the criminal division's unwavering commitment to prosecuting complex corporate fraud and corruption schemes. We've announced 6 different corporate resolutions in the last 6 months, half of which involve foreign corruption, a testament to our work's global reach. Secondly, the Criminal Division will continue to use all tools available to bring cutting-edge market manipulation cases. The commodities case here is the first major corporate guilty plea involving the manipulation of benchmark oil prices. And third, but certainly not least, we would not be here without our partners. I would like to thank the U.S. Attorney's offices for the Southern District of New York and Connecticut, the FBI, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, who worked to unravel these schemes alongside Criminal Division prosecutors Layla Babaiva, James Mandovo, Avi Perry, Matt Sullivan, John Leolas, and Michael Koo, and our Office of International Affairs. We coordinated effectively with our partners at the CFTC, which resolved its enforcement action against Glencore earlier today, and we coordinated effectively with the UK's Serious Fraud Office and the Brazilian Ministério Público Federal, which both also resolved their proceedings with Glencore earlier today. We'd also like to thank the Swiss authorities as partners in the global fight against corruption. Just last month, the SFO director hosted a meeting to reinforce our shared commitment to tackle transnational crime. Our robust partnerships give criminals fewer places to hide. And you have my commitment. Our Criminal Division will continue to vigilantly pursue difficult and impactful cases in the months and years to come. I will now turn the podium over to my friend and colleague, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams of the Southern District of New York.
Okay, all right, fellow Ambazonians, that is what I wanted you to see. That is what I wanted you to see. And let me explain exactly what is going on here. Because when you listen, you may not get the full impact of what this story is all about. Now, this is how Glencore operates. Now, they target certain resource-rich countries, especially in developing countries. And then what do? They go in there and they bribe those in charge. So that, because, say for example, the price of oil, you know that the price of oil fluctuates. It could be $100 a barrel or what. They will go in there and say, okay, you know what? Instead of paying the $100 per barrel to the country, so it goes into the country's coffers, they will bribe, say, the director of SNH, the hydrocarbon industry in La Republique of Cameroon, which is our oil. Of course, they are taking our oil and selling and leaving fat on it. They'll say, okay, instead of giving you $100 per barrel, we will pay you 75, but we will give you a bribe. They'll give you the individual person who is being bribed. They'll pay you maybe $1 million. And then the $1 million, by the time they are selling 1 million barrels of oil, they have made 3, 4, 5 times more profit from the marked down price that you have accepted to lower the price of your own resources, which would have gone to help your country. You take a bribe and you lower the price, and Glencore now gets a profit from it. That is exactly what is going on here. People are intentionally impoverishing their countries and taking kickbacks from Glencore. When I say kickbacks, it's actually a bribe. That's what I mean. And the United States judicial system is going after these criminals. And in the days ahead, some individuals in La Republique will start falling. They'll fall in this dragnet. And it may go right up to Paul Biya, because, as you know, the revenue from the oil proceeds does not even go into the treasury. As I hear it goes directly to Paul Biya. So Paul Biya himself, if he is sane enough to still understand what is happening, will have to answer. Where did this money go to? Who took this money? And who authorized whoever took the money to take it? Who took this bribe? Where did the money end? So this investigation is ongoing, and in the days ahead, a lot of people will be picked up. A lot of people will be picked up for this crime. That is, you see, that is the director of the National Hydrocarbons. Those are the people that are being looked at. In the days ahead, they will have to answer. The American judicial system is going after them. So that is what is going on. And you don't know what else they are doing. We hear the Chinese have bought vast areas of land. They bought vast areas of land in Cameroon, and I don't know if they bought some in Ambazona. We don't know. But we know they sold, I think the rice has been sold to the Chinese. We don't know what else has been sold. They are just mortgaging everything. Because one thing, as I mentioned earlier, is those who were giving money to La Republique have seen that things are not looking good. It seems that country is at the brink of disaster. And those who were used to giving them money are now thinking twice. They are looking at things, and things are not looking so favorable. And they are holding back on giving more money, because they are not sure now that if they should continue lending money to La Republique, that they will get the money back. Because they give them the money and they are not investing the money in anything that will bring in any interest. They are giving them money, and the money is being used to fight a senseless war. And the people are holding back. So now they have turned around now and they are taxing their own people, increasing prices for everything. When the salaries have not been increased, people are suffering from unemployment, there's disease. Everything bad is happening to that country. But all they are doing is increasing more prices. Where they think the money is going to come from, we don't know. And Biya now wants this useless son of him, a son he got out of wedlock, Njumba Pikin. Now he wants to can be president now. Well, they can take him to be their president. We are not with them, and we will never be with them. So they can have whoever they want. They want to continue living in that in misery and suffering, and people like Frank Biya has not been known to ever accomplish anything in his life. What has he ever done in his life? Has he ever served anywhere that would give him the qualification to be president or leader? Has he ever led anything? So you just pick a child just because he's 4 years child and you make him a president? Well, that's their problem. They can do whatever they want. But we Ambazonians are moving on. We are moving on. We are not there anymore. So that is the international criminal network that Glencore has been living for some time. Let's hear what let's hear what he's trying to say here. What is he saying?
Je crois que l'idée de préparer quelqu'un, ou c'est un peu des méthodes proches de la monarchie ou de l'oligarchie. Les Camerounais sont assez mûrs, ils pourront, le moment venu, choisir.
Il n'y a pas de dauphin, donc.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I would like for Biya to defend these words again now. He is saying that the idea of picking a leader is out of a monarchy kind of style, that he thinks that when the time comes, Cameroonians will pick their own, they will choose their leader. But that is exactly what he's doing now. Has there been any criteria to choose his son to be leader? Why are they prepping him up now to be leader? What he is saying that is completely contrary to what they are doing now. Completely contrary to what they are doing now. He's saying it's not a monarchy, but it's of course a monarchy. Why is it that the French always insist that when an African leader, especially the French speaking, when an African leader leaves office, they want their son to take over because they want that continuity of servitude. They don't want to gamble to choose someone new because they don't know what that person may bring. So they want that continuity to make sure that they have that open door policy for them to come in and do whatever they want, take whatever resources they want, pay very little for it, and especially protect their CFA, Frank. Protect their CFA. We have another video that I would like for us to watch, which was it was sent. I saw it online. It was by one young man. He's completely just disparaging these so-called leaders, especially the French-speaking leaders, who allow France, Macron especially, to come in and kick them around and tell them what to do, and they bow down and worship him. I don't know if we have that video. Let's hear what he has to say. It's in French, but don't worry, I'll explain exactly what he's talking about. I'll explain what he's talking about. If we have that video, let's watch it. This young man, and what he is saying makes complete sense. That is exactly what is happening. Where you have Macron running around Africa, going to Chad, going to Mali, going to Ivory Coast, coming to Cameroon, and going everywhere. And I'm asking myself, we have other leaders in Europe and America. We don't see them running around Africa like Macron is doing. What is he looking for? We don't see the president of the United States, the president of the UK Prime Minister, president of what? Italy, other leaders in Europe, Belgium. I don't see them running around Africa like Macron is doing. So why is it that it's only France running around Africa? Recently, we were supposed to have the West African region came together, and they wanted to have a current currency, a single currency, the ECO. The ECO. It was at a point of concluding the argument to have their own currency. Macron started running all around Africa, and finally, he torpedoed that initiative. He torpedoed that initiative because they don't want any currency that will put out the franc CFA, which is what they are using to extort money from Africa. They are using it to extort money from the African continent. They don't want to do away with the CFA. The ECO, you don't hear about the ECO anymore. I think it's Ouattara or somebody was the one that made, through whom Macron passed to make sure that the ECO was completely put aside. And I'm asking myself, how is it that you have this skinhead boy called Macron running around Africa and just ordering grown-up men like the Ouattaras and the so on? He tells them to stand in line, and they stand in line. He tells them to bow down, and they bow down. You sell your own countries to France, and this franc CFA, if there is one reason why we must leave La République du Cameroon, is because as long as we stay with them, we will continue using this franc CFA, which is like a yoke. The franc CFA is like a yoke. Okay, let's listen to him.
Intellectuel ou pas intellectuel, le noir ne change pas. Sinon, comment vous allez comprendre qu'un simple petit pays comme la France, qui ne représente même pas la moitié de la superficie de la République démocratique du Congo, puisse nous menacer, nous utiliser, nous contrôler juste maintenant là. Et pourtant, tous les pays là, il y a rempli de professeurs. Il y a même des professeurs au pouvoir. Les Alassane Ouattara, les Conté, les Macky Sall. Tout ce monde-là, ils arrivent à être contrôlés par la France. On nous contrôle la monnaie, on contrôle nos richesses. Tout ça pourquoi? Parce que nous sommes des idiots. Vous pouvez m'importer les verses, on ne va jamais nous considérer. Le noir reste le noir parce que nous sommes incapables de relever le défi. Partout là où nous sommes, on sème la pauvreté partout. Même si on nous met en Europe, c'est nous les plus pauvres. On nous amène en Asie, c'est nous les plus pauvres. On nous amène à l'Amérique latine, c'est nous les plus pauvres. Parce que c'est dans la mentalité des Noirs. Le Noir refuse même le développement. Comment voulez-vous qu'un pays comme le Gabon, quelqu'un a passé 14 ans, il n'a rien fait. Il y a des gens quand même qui menacent les autres en disant non, il ne faut pas critiquer. C'est le meilleur des présidents. La mentalité des Noirs là, vraiment, ça ne va jamais finir. Même après 30 ans, nous allons toujours mourir en mer.
The African mentality, That is what he's saying. The African mentality is the problem. And it is not on, it is common even in this struggle, fellow business. Even in this struggle. That mentality exists even in this struggle. And that is one thing that is causing us stagnation. Because you have rules in place. You say this, we are supposed to go right. Some people say, no, I will just go left. It is very difficult for us to follow rules. It says that the African mentality, we have to change our mentality. That how is it that a man like Macron will come to Africa and other people around, and we say we have other even people who call themselves professors, doctors, professors, barristers. But you see the decisions that they are making are so idiotic. That's what this man is saying. That we are, it's just as if we are cursed, because everywhere that we Africans go, we are the poorest. Because we are not able to come together to fight for our own interest. We are not able to put our resources together to fight for what is good for us. We allow others to continue using us. And they're using us. And even when you're trying to break free, some of yours are there selling you to the enemy. Look at how many of our own brothers are fighting for La Republic. How many of us, even you say you're a fighter, they come and give you some small money, you now put down your weapons. You say you don't want to fight again. You are putting down your weapons. You think that the small money that they're giving you will last for how long? How long will it last? Is that sustainable? Is that what you picked up your weapon fight for? We have, our mentality has to change if we must improve. That is why everywhere we go, as this man is saying, we are always the last. In Africa, in Europe, we are the last. In America, we are the last. In Asia, we are the last. Where are we going to have our own pride? Even right back in our own homeland, we are last. They come to our country, they take our resources, paying cheap for it, and then when they have taken the resources and they go and they're developing their country, and we start running after them. We start running after them to take just a little bit of what they took from us. Europe would not be anything without Africa. The United States would not be anything without Africa. But how is it that we cannot we produce cocoa and coffee, but it is not processed on the African continent. It is not processed on the African continent. It's processed outside. Then they have to process it there, package it, and send it back to us, and we buy at a very high price. We produce coffee, but it is not processed on the continent. It is sent outside. It is manufactured and purified there and processed, packaged, then it has to be sent back to. We produce the best wood, but we don't use the best furniture. We don't use the best furniture. The wood, when they take the block of wood, they don't even process anything. They take it like that and they put it on ships, take it abroad, make the most expensive furniture. The furniture cannot even be sent back to Africa because we cannot buy it. What do we produce? Why is it that on the African continent they promote cash crops in the place of food crops? We don't have food to eat, but we produce tons of rubber. We don't have any industries where the rubber can be used. Why are we producing so much rubber when we don't have rice to eat? We are not investing in the production of rice, but we are investing in the production of rubber, but we don't have any factories where the rubber can be processed. Once you produce the rubber, it is bought at dirt cheap price, because if you don't sell it to them, what are you going to do with it? You cannot use it. You cannot use it. It's not like cocoyams where if someone doesn't buy it, you take it home and cook it and eat. So you are forced to give it away. I give away prices because you don't have any use for it. The mentality, we have to change. It has to change. It has to change, fellow Amazonians. It is pathetic when you see people dying of common treatable diseases. Common treatable disease. People are dying because we don't have hospitals. Then someone is there, he's a president, when he is sick, they have to fly him outside to go and treat him out. And then you go and even build a hospital somewhere else in Europe. When your own home is there, you don't have a decent hospital. They have to fly you outside to go and be treated outside. I've always asked this question: why is it that African leaders rarely die at home? Why? Why is it that African leaders always die somewhere else before being brought back home? They always die outside because they neglect their own countries. They don't develop them. And most of the times they commit crimes against their own people. That's why they're afraid of their own people. You go around your own people, you are afraid. You have a lot of security because you know you're not treating them well. What this man is saying is absolutely true. We Africans have to change our mentality. You cannot continue allowing Macron to come and gather Phobia, Ouattara, Omar Bongo and knock their heads together. Are you there? He says, bow down. You bow down to him. A small boy. Small boy. It is pitiful. It is so pitiful. There's another video, and this will be the last one, of I think it's the Burkina Faso news talkman who is giving a frank talk to his people. He's giving a frank talk to his people, and he's telling them, I think there's something about the Burkina Faso where they have a disciplined military, a military that tends to be more patriotic than any around Africa. And this man is lecturing them, the people seated, that we have to change our mentality. That when we talk about terrorism, we are the ones causing terrorism, because when you neglect a people to a point where they lack basic necessities, where people have to go miles just to get water, where there are no roads leading to some of these regions, where people produce their crop, but there's no way to carry those crops to the market because there are no roads, then people are forced to be enraged and to become something else that they did not want to be. And that is how terrorism is created. So I would like for us just to listen to it. We may not listen to the whole video because it's a bit long, but let's just get a gist of it. Burkina Faso leader talking to his people and really scolding them that the mentality has changed, because the rural areas are neglected, but those in the major cities feel that they don't care about those who are suffering around the other underdeveloped areas. And he is saying that has to change. That has to change. It cannot be the way going forward. So I don't know if we have that video. We'll watch it momentarily. So that I like what I'm seeing. I'm beginning to see happening in Africa. I think there's a reawakening, and people are standing up, especially to this French exploitation. This French exploitation has to stop. It has to stop. France has to leave. They must go, because what they are doing to us is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And they are keeping these tyrants in place. Sit tight. In France, you have 2 terms of, I think, 5 years, and you are gone. 2 terms, 5 years. No matter how good you are out. Why is it that when it comes to us in Africa, they'll come and they impose someone like Biya for 40 years, and they think it's good for us? Why do you think it is good for us if it is not good for you? If it's not good for you to have one president for 40 years, why should we have one?
Que vous compreniez ce qui se passe, là où nous sommes, et vers où on pourrait aller. Et j'insiste, où on pourrait aller. Parce que c'est une condition, ça dépendra de vous. Vous êtes les acteurs de la société burkinabé. Et je pense que l'avenir de ce pays-là est aussi entre vos mains. Donc, chacun à son niveau doit pouvoir faire un mea culpa et se demander qu'est-ce que j'apporte à cette patrie. C'est peut-être parce qu'aussi il n'y a pas eu de langage de vérité que les gens ne comprennent pas en fait ce qui se passe. Je parie que beaucoup de gens ignorent sérieusement la situation dans laquelle nous nous trouvons. Nous sommes à Ouagadougou, très souvent à Bobo-Dioulasso, dans tout cas dans les grandes villes. Et la vie est tout autre. Mais hors de ces villes, vous n'imaginez même pas ce qui se passe. Est-ce que tout le monde est conscient que le territoire est presque perdu? En tant que militaires, nous reconnaissons notre responsabilité. Mais qu'est-ce qui a mené l'armée à être comme ça? C'est ça aussi la question qu'il faut se poser. Parce qu'elle a été politisée, elle a quitté même son fondement. Il faut avoir le courage de se le dire. L'armée a été infiltrée. Et chacun agit en fonction donc de certains bords politiques. Nous observons depuis très longtemps. Nous combattons et nous observons. Et à un moment donné, on a eu espoir que ça va cesser, notamment avec les événements du 24. Mais ça n'a pas cessé. Et ça continue. Ces événements du 30 sont arrivés. Je vais vous dire ce soir où est-ce que nous en sommes, où est-ce que nous partons. Et chacun serait libre, à partir de cet instant, de son action future, soit pour la patrie ou contre la...
For viewers, he is setting the pace for what is going to happen going forward. He is setting the pace for the way things will be done going forward. That the way things have been done before will not continue. That's what he's saying there. And he's going to lay out the various steps that must be followed to make sure that the country is managed well. Yeah, that the problem in Burkina Faso is with the management, the way things have been managed, things have been run. That those in power feel that they have it all and they don't care about others. Selfishness, greed, me attitude. And he is frowning against it. And I just want us, fellow Brazilians, to, that's why I wanted us to see this, because can you imagine that this is a military person? This is a military person. Can you imagine this happening in La Republic Cameroon? Can you imagine this happening there? Is their military enlightened enough to know what is good for the country as opposed to what is good for their own pockets? Because if they knew what their responsibility is, do you think the situation in that country will be what it is now, where you have zombies walking around for leaders, where you have the country's resources being given away to France, while the people are there lacking basic necessities like water, electricity, healthcare, housing, schools? See how much students are now being asked to pay. A university student paying 300,000 francs. What is the salary of a teacher in that country? I'm not even talking about a government teacher. What is the salary of, say, someone whose father or mother is teaching in a Catholic school or Presbyterian school? Some are paid with as little as 30,000 francs. 30,000 francs, that's the salary of a person a month. So how many months will you have to put that money together to send your child to the university just to pay the school fee alone? You are not talking about books and where to stay and all that. That is the country. That's something that we should continue to live with. And where is the future? Where is the future? The future looks bleak. So I just wanted you to see an example of what a military is supposed to be like. Where is a military is supposed to be like the stabilizer. When things are not going right, you come in and you say, no, this is the way you're supposed to do it. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Put things in order and step aside. And that is what exactly this military officer is saying there. It's a pipe dream to expect this from La Republic Cameroon. So, fellow Ambazonians, coming to the end of the show here, I have a few announcements to make here, of course. I know that you must have seen that the interim government has launched the website for the Ambazonia, ambadues.com. You go to ambadues.com. Let me see if I can tell you how to sign in. You sign on to ambadues.com, and then you create an account and click on the activation link that will be sent to your email. When you click on the activation link that will be sent to your email, then you sign in because you have already created an account. So you have to simply put in your credentials and you sign in. So when you sign in, you select my dues. Select my dues. And then you select dues, and you select your monthly dues amount. Select how much you want to be deducted from your account each month. Is it 10, 20, 30, 50, $100? You indicate the amount, and that's the amount. That is only the amount that will come out of your account every month. And then you complete the other details that may be asked, and then you can simply click submit, and then you're ready to go. It takes less than 5 minutes to do it. It takes less than 5 minutes. So I'm encouraging all of you business out there. It is our responsibility to make sure that we don't pass this problem again to future generations. We have to make sure that the sacrifices we have paid this time result in our liberation. We cannot botch this now again and pass it on to future generations to deal with it, because the future has no hope. It's hopeless with La Republic Cameroon. If you're expecting anything good to come out of a change that will occur in the country, you're dreaming. It's not going to happen. There is no willingness. I don't even know if they have the aptitude to do it. They don't even have the aptitude to do it, the competence to do it. Talk less of the willingness. They don't have it. So we have to make sure that we take this thing to the logical end, and that is the freedom of the Southern Cameroons. We'll restore our independence so we can have the chance to manage our own affairs. Our cultures are completely different. Our cultures are different. That's why even when they leave their own side of the country and they come to our own side, they are amazed. You know, since their government is so useless, they create schools and they don't even provide the funds to build the schools. They are amazed that when they come to our own side of when we were still with them, they see that we have PTAs that construct schools, and they're surprised. They think they're amazed that we'll do that. We have a sense of organization. Once we are completely separated from La Republic Cameroon, give it 5 years, you will not recognize Ambazonia. I'm telling you. Give it 5 years after the restoration of our independence, you will not recognize Ambazonian. That is how developed. There is a pent up yearning for people who have money out here. They have the willingness to come home and create jobs and invest and rebuild our country. But the environment right now is not conducive. So that is why people are just holding up, waiting for the right moment. Investors are waiting to bring in money. But we have to fight and create that environment for investment to be possible. When that is done, you all will see the results. But we have to do the groundwork first. We have to do the groundwork. The next announcement I have to make is, of course, Comrade Chris will be coming on tomorrow, Wednesday. He has some very exciting information to share with you. Breaking news tomorrow with Comrade Chris. Don't miss it. It will be very interesting. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. I think it's 8 p.m. Amba to watch what Comrade Chris will bring to you. And then, of course, the MPFF award is being relaunched. We took a break in the month of December because we wanted to allow people to at least enjoy the holiday season. Now that it's over, we will be relaunching the MPFF award. So all the groups on ground zero, please get your act together, get back to work. If you want to be a winner, then you know what you have to do. Perform. The criteria is this. Again, let me reiterate. The criteria is this. Make sure you are protecting our civilians. You are not engaging in kidnapping or ransom taking. If you are engaging in kidnapping or ransom taking, you are disqualified. We don't encourage that. I cannot say that any clearer. We do not encourage kidnapping or ransom taking. It's a no-no. Then you must protect our civilians, protect our, making sure that you protect our property, protect our civilians and their property, and lastly, take the fight to the enemy. Take the fight to the enemy. If you do that, we will evaluate you, see your performance, and we will reward you accordingly. You have seen many people who have won it already. So, you know, it's not a joke. It's not a scam. People have won it. No Peter has won it. Grandpa won it. Ten Kobo won it. I think Boy won it. And several others get smaller smaller prizes of encouragement. So you do your part, and it could be your own turn. So I look forward to seeing you all doing what it must be done. So again, I want to reiterate here, 11th February means nothing in Ambazonia. It means nothing to us. It must not be celebrated anywhere in Ambazonia. So I hope that message is clear. So spread this message. On 11th February, stay home. It's a day of meditation, a day of mourning for what we have gone through in the hands of La République du Cameroon. Stay home. So fellow Ambazonians, thank you for watching. I look forward to seeing you again. I'm Mike Fuzi, your humble host. Before we go ahead, you know what to do. You know what to do. Share the link, please. Share the link. Share the link. Let's get as many people watching as possible. Well, I have some really informative topics to discuss today with my panel. Last week, I wasn't able to bring on a panel because I had so much to say myself. But today I have a panel with me, so I would like to have you share the link so we can get as many people watching as possible. Now, while you do that, let me extend some salutations to those who are sacrificing on the ground, our citizens in Ground Zero, our brothers in foreign lands like Ground One in Nigeria, the refugee camps, who are suffering due to the brutality of La République, who chase them out of their homes and they are now squallowing in very miserable conditions out there in Nigeria and Ghana, of course. And of course, we cannot forget our prisoners. We cannot forget our IDPs. When I say prisoners, I mean prisoners without any crimes. Most, if not all, of our citizens who are languishing in the prisons of La République du Cameroon have not committed any crime. Their only crime is that of speaking up and asking to be treated fairly, asking for the rights of the Amazonian people to be restored. That's the only crime they have committed, which is not a crime by itself. But that is why they are being locked up and tortured and humiliated every day. So I extend my regards to them. We know what they're going through, and we will continue this fight until they are freed from those dungeons. So my greetings to all of you in the dungeons of La République du Cameroon. We will continue this fight. I'm sure that you all listened to the story of Steve Biko of South Africa and what he went through up to the point of being murdered in jail. That is the price for liberty. That's the price you have to pay for freedom. Some people have to pay that for freedom to come to an oppressed people. So, fellow Ambazonians, I would also like to extend greetings to those in the diaspora, those of us in the diaspora who are now like orphans, homeless people with a home. We have a home, but we feel homeless because we have been chased out of our land and we are hanging outside. But we will get home. We will get home, and we will get home to a better home, not the one that is controlled by the criminals from La République du Cameroon. We have to chase them out before we get home. So, fellow Ambazonians, I see the numbers are coming. Yes, keep sharing, please. Keep sharing. While I bring you these news headlines before I bring in my panel. Next, this coming Sunday will be Sunday the 19th. That will be the day when we will conduct a fundraiser for our refugees, our prisoners, our wounded warriors, to assist them. There's some in hospitals, there's some in the refugee camps, and of course our prisoners in the dungeons of La République du Cameroon. We have to, even as we struggle to fend off this enemy, we also must take care of our prisoners, refugees, and the wounded warriors. So we are calling on you, fellow Ambazonians, to come on board this Sunday, help us put something together so we can extend some help to our suffering people who are really going through some really difficult times in these places that I've mentioned. So Sunday, March the 19th, we will be conducting a fundraiser. It will be on ABS, as well as there will be a Zoom link that will be shared, and we're calling on you to please tune in, sign in, and be part of the fundraiser. We only have ourselves. We have resources, but we don't have access to our resources yet. So we only have ourselves to make sure that we are providing the help that is needed to our people at this time. So I thank you in advance for responding to this call. Also, during the week, I don't know if we have those pictures, but during the week, we got information that Ambazonians who are resident in Sang Malima, that they are being chased and told to leave, that they are there very soon, that they will be throwing bombs and killing them. So the citizens of Sang Malima are sending our citizens out of their towns. I don't know what that teaches us. What can we take from it? What can we learn from it? Are they sending us a message? I'm not making any decisions here, but they are now sending us away from their territory, while their own people are living safely in our own country. They are living safely in Ambazonia. Since the start of this war, fellow Ambazonians, since the start of this war, we have not heard of any civilian, French Cameroon citizen, civilian in Ambazonia who has been targeted. We are yet to hear of anyone anyone in Ambazonia who is a French Cameroon citizen that has been targeted. But they are targeting our citizens in Sang Malima and sending them, even their police involved. I saw some pictures a video where they were being forced into a police van and taken away. We don't even know if they are being taken to be set free or they are being taken to be locked up. We don't yet know. We don't know what is going to happen to those of our brothers who were, I think they were sitting at a bar or something, and they came and rounded them up, put in a police vehicle, and taken away. So they are telling us to leave their towns. What are they telling us? Is there something we need to learn from it? Are they telling us that, okay, finally it's time to separate? That their people should go back home and our own people come back home as well? It is left for you to interpret it, but that is the message we're getting. They're telling us to leave their towns. So, we will see that is it right there. You can see, the man there is trying to plead with them. He's trying to beg, but they are pushing him, telling him to leave, taking him. That's a police. What you see there is a police vehicle. It's a police vehicle, and they are going to force him. You can see the police with behind the shirt there. They are going to force him into that vehicle and take him away. So where are they taking him? That's the question. Where are they taking him? Are they taking him to a motor park to deport him back to Ambazonia? Or what exactly is happening there? We don't know. And that is the story. That is the story that we will have to continue following to find out what exactly is happening to our citizens who are resident IDPs, for that matter. They are running from a war which was started by La République du Cameroun. Paul Biya declared this war. And our people, finding that the environment was not safe for them, had to find safety anywhere. And unfortunately, they found themselves where they are now, and they are being chased away. So that is it for that story. Now, also during the week, especially, was this on Saturday or Sunday, we had already banned La République from conducting any elections in Ambazonia. We banned it. So they kind of did what they know how to do. They simply wrote a list and passed it and said they conducted elections. But there were no elections in Ambazonia. We all know that. No elections took place in Ambazonia. But does that stop them from announcing that they were winners? And surprisingly, did I say surprisingly? Not surprisingly, I should say. Not surprisingly, the CPDM swept everything. Oh, I tell you, democracy is being abused in Ambazonia, in La République du Cameroun, I tell you. The CPDM swept everything. They took everything. Even the ADF could not even have one senatorial seat. Not even one. Not even in the northern zone. Zero. The CPDM took everything. And so the question now is, fellow Ambassadors, where is the SDF now? Where is the SDF? Where is John Frundi? John Frundi has no party now. He could not even secure one single seat. Even in his own, it's in the town that used to be his. He's no longer a citizen of Bamenda anymore, or Ambazonia. He lost that right when he decided to go bow down and kiss Paul Biya's ring. Frundi decided now to go kiss Paul Biya's ring. So when he did that, he forfeited his citizenship of Ambazonia, and he's now a citizen of Akonolinga. He now resides down there, and every day he gets up and dances Bikusi. Frundi now dances Bikusi very well. He's a very good Bikusi dancer. That's what he has become. Isn't that pathetic? Isn't that shameful? That is someone who ought to be a senior citizen in Ambazonia now. Someone whose counsel would count. He decided to sell his pride for crumbs at Paul Biya's table, and he's now dancing Bikusi down there. It's so sad. a fall from grace for Frundi. Now the ADF has been beaten, and I hear now that Paul Biya is considering as some kind of consolation to give him a senatorial seat and say, okay, let me just give you one seat. You come and join my Senate. Paul Biya reserved the right to appoint, I think it's 30% of 30 seats in the so-called Senate, House of the Senate. And but what is the Senate, first of all? When they talk of a Senate, what is it? It is a retirement home for old and useless politicians in La République du Cameroun. When someone has outlived his or her usefulness, they send you to the Senate, and you go there and you spend your time sleeping the whole day. They don't pass any laws. Most of them are not even conscious. I'm sure you saw the president of the Senate, Nyat Jipenji. He's being carried on like one person on each side, carrying him. His legs are suspended. That is someone who is supposed to be the president of the Senate in La République du Cameroun. So that's what you have there. That's the kind of country that La République has become. Anything goes. Anything goes. So that is the situation. I just wanted to bring you up to speed on that. That Frundi has completely fallen from grace. He has no party anymore. He has no party. He could not even win one single seat. He lost everything. And Paul Biya is now thinking of just throwing him a small bone and say, you pick this bone from the floor. He's not even giving it in his hand. He's throwing it on the floor and say, pick it right there. And Frundi has no dignity to even say no. He would dive there and take it. Imagine Frundi is going to sit there and say he's the senator. It's so pathetic, sad. Now, also during the week, I really don't want to dwell on this very much, but the only reason I'm saying this is because there have been some people who say they are fighting for the liberation of Southern Cameroon and Ambazonia, but shockingly, you find them rejoicing when there is news of one of our heroes, that something bad has happened to one of our heroes. I'm here referring to No Pity. I'm sure you saw in some of other TV people who say they are also fighting for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons. Their TV stations were gloating, putting No Pity's image and say, oh, No Pity is dead. They were rejoicing. Imagine, these are people who say they are fighting to liberate the Southern Cameroons, rejoicing about the potential that No Pity may have been killed. They were very happy. But shame to them. Shame to them. No Pity is very much alive, and I'm sure you saw him. You saw him during the week. I don't want to put the image here. It's not very wise to do that. But you saw him. The image was unfortunately circulated on social media, which should not have been done, but it was done. But No Pity is very much alive and kicking, and he will continue to do what he knows how to do best. To No Pity, I say, I respect you, sir. I respect you. You are an Ambazonian hero, and you will always be an Ambazonian hero. We thank you for your services to Ambazonia, and keep doing what you're doing. You send cold chills down the spines of the terrorists coming from La République du Cameroun. Keep on doing that, and we stand behind you 100%. Those who pray for your demise will go down first before you go down. And may God and our ancestors continue to shield and protect you until Ambazonia is free. So, fellow Ambazonians, let me see the numbers. Okay. That's what we have. Please do me a favor and continue to share. I like to see the numbers really jumping there. So at this point, I would like to bring in my partner. I believe, Dr. Nkwembe, our brother, welcome. You did hear me, so? Your audio be off. I don't know if we hear you. Okay, I think Chairman Frank too is supposed to be here with me. Chairman Frank, are you there? Maybe he's running late. He was running late. I'm sure he will join us when he's logged in. But check your audio, Dr. Ngwambe. If not, maybe you need for sign out, then sign back in, and get your audio going so we can get this thing rolling. Yes, we have some very interesting topics. Some of these topics we'll be talking about are these. Some people have abused our struggle. They have used our struggle for the wrong reasons. They have used it wrongly to do things that they ought not to have done. And we will take a look at that. Secondly, France's imperialism continues, and we will shine a light on that again. One of the main reasons why we must sever any ties with La République is because of the French connection. The French connection, very critical. As long as we are linked to France, the future will only be dark for us. So we will show that. We'll get a very nice video from one lady who knows a lot about this connection. She has been on the inside. She knows everything that's going on there, and she will tell us exactly why having any links with La République du Cameroun and France will never work out for us. We will also examine why you joined the struggle. Why did I join the struggle? Why did you join the struggle? What was your reason? What motivated you? At what point did you decide to join the struggle? We will take a look at that. And we will compare to, we saw the story of Steve Biko just before this show started. And we will compare our story with that, and then we can all examine ourselves and see why it is important. And also to ask the question to those who are not in it yet, what are you waiting for? Don't you see any reasons to join the struggle? Don't you see that the reasons we are fighting for are valid and just? Of course, we are also going to talk about the Unity Conference, which is coming up in Washington, D.C. In early May. Early May. We will talk about that. And the work that is being done to put in place that conference so that Ambazonian stakeholders can come together, put their heads together, and figure out a way for us forward. It is time for us to come together again and put our heads together and make sure that. Sorry for that. It's time for us to put our heads together again and make sure that we are doing what we should be doing to move this struggle forward. Again, and of course, at the end of it, today we have to give the most productive group award. The most productive group award will be issuing out a trophy. I have the trophy right here. We will be issuing out a trophy for the month of February. This is March, the month of February. Which group performed the best in the month of February? We are going to reward that group, and still stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you these stories, and we'll crown up with the award of this trophy. So, Dr. Ngwambe, I don't know if your audio has been taken care of. Are you okay now? Let me see. Are you there, Dr. Ngwambe? I still cannot get you. I don't know what's happening. Let me see. Is it on my end? I don't think so. Everything is green on my end. I cannot hear you. Let me do this. I'll give you a few minutes to rectify that. If you can't get it, I'll play the audio. The video of of the French imperialism while you get that straightened out. Let's give it a few more minutes, please. Continue to share. Continue to share. We'll give you a few minutes to get your audio straightened out. I don't know if Chairman Frank is in himself too. Is Chairman Frank here? Probably not. I didn't see him yet. So as I was saying, this conference is coming up early May. I think it's May 7th to the 10th, if I'm not mistaken. So, fellow Ambazonians, this conference is for all Ambazonian stakeholders. Who is a stakeholder? A stakeholder is someone who has an interest in something. Anyone who has an interest in something, if you are interested in seeing Ambazonia free, you are a stakeholder. If you are someone who is supporting this struggle in any way, you are a stakeholder and you are invited. You will have a seat to come in and give your own ideas on how you think this struggle should be prosecuted. So come early May, all roads lead to Washington, D.C. Let's come together. It is not a thing about leaders. This is for stakeholders. We don't want, I think we've had a lot of issues with this thing called leaders. We just want the Ambazonian stakeholders to come together and look at each other in the face and put their heads together and figure out a way forward for this struggle. We have come so far and we must take it to across the finish line. So that is what will be coming up in early May. The team that is planning this is working hard to make sure that we have a solid program, that when we leave that conference, we have a clear pathway for Ambazonia to regain its independence and be a free nation. So I'm calling on you, start making your travel arrangements. You should start making your travel arrangements. We want to hold a conference in a place that is safe, a place where you will not be worried about your security. You saw the demonstration we had in Washington when Dictator Paul Biya came here. Some people were like, oh, they are arresting Ambazonians. You shouldn't go. They are going to arrest you. Sit down. We didn't commit any crime. We went there. We demonstrated. And the police were there to protect us. The police were there to protect us. That what you are seeing there is where Paul Biya was hiding. We were right there at Paul Biya's hotel, and nobody touched any of us. We did our demonstration and we came back safely, and the message was received loud and clear. So it was building up from this demonstration that people said, now we can't just leave this conference and go away like that. Let's organize another conference where we come together and really sit down, look at what has happened in this struggle up to now, and then see what we can do going forward. Both the positive aspects of the struggle, the negative aspects of the struggle, those things that were not so well done, that we should come together and hash a way forward, correct our mistakes, bring in new ideas so that we take this thing across the finish line. And that is exactly why it was necessary to organize a conference that is coming up this early May in Washington, D.C. And I'm calling on you all to start making your travel arrangements. And when you are watching, please, when you are watching the show, I'd like you to give me your comments. Tell me what you are feeling, how you feel about what I'm saying, so that I can understand where you're coming from, your own ideas, and how you think things should be done. Your comments are very important. Very important. We do read them and we do take them into consideration. So when you are watching the show, make sure you are giving us your ideas on how you feel about these things. So again, let me see again if Dr. Nkwambe is in. Let me see if Dr. Nkwambe is in. And if it's
That mic, I'm still in, but I don't know if you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Perfect.
I can hear
Finally.
you loud and
Sorry
clear
about
now.
that.
That's all right.
Sorry about
That's
that.
all right. Okay. All right. Dr. Ngwambe is in now. I can hear him loud and clear. So, Dr. Ngwambe, I know you probably were listening when I talked about the various issues, the introductory topics from the fundraiser on Sunday, from our citizens being sent out of San Malima to the CPDM claiming everything. Not even one thing was given to the SDF. Frundi must be gnashing his teeth now, and of course, the surprise re-emergence of our hero, No Pity, to the chagrin of some, but it's a very, very welcome news, and of course. The other topics that we'll be discussing. I don't know. Do you have anything to say about the introductory topics before we go into our main discussion?
Well, first of all, let me first greet my fellow Ambazonians, our liberation forces. We're proud of you, especially those of you we will not work fine, we will not humble the population. So I'm glad to see, with regards to No Pity, right? I'm glad to see that he's well. He is one of those beautiful ones that has been born to liberate us.
Yes.
In my heart, I knew he was okay. I didn't really think it was necessary for them to show anything, but hey, it is what it is. For those who were troubled because of the rumors that were out there, that is for you. But for those of us who know God is a protector of all Ambazonians, and God who is a protector of this living legend, I was not troubled. So I'm glad to see that he's okay. With regards to the SDF chairman John Frundi, he's tried his best. He's put up a good fight, but the issue that is there is that, he should know better than anyone that elections are not a legitimate or real way of changing anything in that country. I remember when the initial senatorial elections started, he ended up losing in his own constituency to Achiriachu. You understand now? So when you see some of these things like that, you're like, I don't know. I don't know what Frundi really is thinking. And then worst of all now, since he believes in the one Cameroon, right? If he believes in one Cameroon, then that means he should also believe that a Francophone can be the chairperson of the SDF, because the issue that is going on inside the SDF right now, it looks like it's a battle between a Francophone Bamileke guy, Jean-Michel Nincha, who was a parliamentarian for, I think it's in Douala, and then Joshua Osi. Both of these guys are big wigs inside his party. Why is and from what the tea leaves are showing, it seems as if they're saying that Nijon is favoring Joshua Osi. Mr. Nijon Frundi, if you believe in a one Cameroon and you think that
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that is the case, because I'm sure he's favoring
a parliamentarian.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's happening. I'm sure that's what's happening. I won't be surprised if Nijon Frundi is actually favoring Joshua Osi, because they seem to be very close, and they are both as crooked as each other. So he will favor Joshua Osi, and I don't know if the SDF was able to grab any seats in the southern zone, but we know that in the northern zone he had nothing. He had zero. So
some of those things, that thing they know, they surprised me, because all we've not said now council people they vote for this thing, and most of that council people and CPDM people, you escape CPDM people and go against Grandpa, the dictator in chief.
Of course not. So let us dive into our main discussion today. I have 4 topics that we'll have to rush through. We'll have to get them through as fast as possible, but these are topics that I really want for us to cover. First is, some people have abused this struggle. Some have used it as a rallying place to recruit people for their various investments, ventures. Some have insurance programs. Some have car dealership programs. Some have Bitcoin programs. Each person is just trying to use it, especially those who have been in authority. They use it. People now go through them and they introduce their businesses through these leaders, knowing that people listen to them and would want to please them. So they then introduce these programs through these leaders, and these leaders have a cut from these investments. And they lure their people into these investments. And we know of Ambazonians who have lost money. They have lost money through some of these programs. But the question is not whether people have the right to do their investments for profit. Of course, it is okay for people to do their investments for profit. But when you are dealing with a struggle that is supposed to be for the liberation of a people, and then you bring money, investments in the mix, whereby your relationship with those who are serving with you is not purely revolutionary. It becomes now a business transaction, which makes it difficult now for you. If someone was doing something wrong, but is a policy holder in your insurance business, it will be difficult for you to sanction that person like you would sanction any other person. So that business side of it now takes precedence over the revolutionary side of what brought you together initially. And that is where I have a problem with this. We are not saying that people should not have the right to go do their investments, but when you bring that business venture into a revolutionary struggle, that money always takes the edge over everything else. You are now favoring people who have invested in your business and not favoring those who are not invested in your business. And when those people are doing things that are bad for the revolution, you protect them and you allow them to get away with it at the cost of you getting a profit from them. During the week, we listened to an audio from one of our comrades who really laid it out so clearly, the voice of reason. And I just thought, I listened to it and I said, it's good to shine a light on this, because when we talk about these things, sometimes people think that you are just trying to prevent people from making a living. No, it is bad business. It is bad policy to mix business with a revolution. It is just bad. Am I being too hard on those, Dr. Mwambe?
No, actually, you're not being too hard on those, because look, we Ambazonians, we want to be a results-based society, and as a matter of fact, we are a results-based society. So when you look at certain things that put you in a situation where your decision-making is compromised, and the Ambazonian people are expecting us to deliver, right? They're expecting defense to be working a certain way, operating at a certain level. They're expecting diplomacy to be operating at a certain level. They're expecting some kind of a transparency when it comes to oversight and over judging of disagreements between comrades. And you create, and some of these people who have done some of these funny things, they create an environment now where when you are called before an ethics committee, maybe, and you don't feel comfortable going to that ethics committee because you know certain individuals who are part of that ethics committee maybe are engaged in some kind of financial quid pro quo with you. Why would you go to that ethics committee to be evaluated? You don't expect that you'll be in a fair hearing, right? I mean, I'm sure Ambazonians know what nepotism is. Nepotism, the general definition is the practice of those who are in power, those who have authority. They reward their friends, business associates, family members, cousins, all that kind of stuff, positions. And when you do those type of things, when those people are misbehaving, the underlings, let me not say the underlings, but the co-workers or the subordinates of those people you appoint into that, they're afraid to say anything that can help improve the productivity of that place that you appointed your relative, your business associate to, because I think the word in French is raison. That subordinate, that if you say that raison no reach the level of that, your man will you be put on for day. And when you start to do those types of things, how do you expect accountability to hold? How do you respect
It will not
accountability?
hold. Yeah, it will not hold. It will not hold because I believe you saw. I don't know. It was last week or so that I presented a list here of investments that were conducted under the Sako government when he was still the leader of this revolution, and that list had almost all of his cabinet on that list. Now, imagine that you have someone like that who has taken all of his cabinet and put in a business. So it is no longer the interest of the struggle that they are serving. They are now protecting their investments. They are not protecting their investments. But and that is why even to this day, those people are still hanging around him. Because there's something else that is holding them together than the interest of this struggle. And that business interest has now superseded the interest of this struggle. I'm glad to see Chairman Frank joining us. Chairman Frank, you are welcome. And please, you can go ahead and provide your own ideas or thoughts on what we're talking about here. Mixing a business interest with the interest of the struggle. Which one is much probable to win over the other? Chairman Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Mike. Greetings to Dr. Mwambe, and greetings to all Ambazonians that are watching the program right now. You know what Comrade Mwambe has said is 100% true. And Chairman Mike, I would tell you that at some point, you know, under the Sarkozy administration, this issue came up about the cryptocurrency investments and things like that. Mm-hmm. And when we were, talking about it and saying that nobody has the right to, take Ambazonians' money to, and somebody said, what is wrong if the interim government has to take the money of the people of Ambazonia and put it in there, and it generates revenue that can be used to prosecute the struggle. I came up and I said, that is okay. It can be okay, but no singular individual, not even the president, has the right to, on his own, engage in such practices. If that were to be the case, it is something that has to go through the Restoration Council, which is the Congress of the people of Ambazonia. They will decide that, okay, this is what we want to do. Because if you go in and you go take the people's money and put it there, what is going to let the people know that these are the gains they are making or these are the losses they are making?
Exactly.
And should something happen to that money, who is going to be held accountable for that? And some people started coming after me because of that argument. But we see that today.
To add to that, Chairman Frank, to add to that, the worst thing is that they did not invest it in the name of Ambazonia. Remember, they invested in their personal names. When I showed the list here, there was nothing there. There was no Federal Republic of Ambazonia on that list. It was all in their own names. There was nothing there for Ambazonia. So Ambazonia is getting nothing out of it. Continue.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when you come up with certain, reasonable arguments at times, people, they look at you to be, they call you like a spoiler. Mm-hmm. And they will sideline such people from, what they are trying to do so that they can be able to carry on with their agenda. And that comes back to the nepotism that, Dr. Mwambe was talking about. Yes. That is not good for Ambazonia.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted us to go over that because of the really decent audio that our brother, the Voice of Reason, sent out during the week, which really explained this. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to play it here, but I would like for us to move on to the next topic, which is the imperialism of France on not just La République du Cameroun, but most of the African, sub-Saharan Africa. And now mostly concentrated within the French-speaking Africa. And this goes to this is mostly demonstrated by what I call the rope by which France has tied Africa, which is their currency. The rope is their currency is the rope by which we are prevented from reaching greener pastures. We keep going around a predetermined circle by France, and we are not able, because of the rope around our neck, we cannot eat beyond a certain point. We see greener pastures all around us, but we can't reach it because of this CFA franc. Now, I would like for us to play this video by former
Dr.
Ambassador Arikana Chihumbura. I would like for us to play this audio and then we'll
and nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council, and yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations. It is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today, and nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Dig this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we ain't doing this. Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the country signed the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report, and if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup. Documented, all of them. France was behind it. Simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France. Do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You have given up control of your natural resources. You've given up your military. What power do you have? Today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over $500 billion. And by the time they finish investing that money into the French stock market, they're realizing trillions of dollars in any given year. Pack that. The watchdogs for corruption are saying out of Africa, 50 billion gets out of the continent from corruption. The question I have is, why has it been so difficult for us as Africans to say enough is enough? How long are we going to keep watching this carnage go on and we say nothing? It goes back to the mind. It goes back to that fear. It goes back to that sense of inferiority. And I go back to the diagnosis I made when I went to Washington. That until we black people understand that we are suffering from the legacy of colonization, that we are suffering from the legacy of slavery, that while we may have lost the shackles of in our legs and our hands, the shackles of the mind continue. Until we realize that we are a wounded people and we need healing, nothing about our circumstances is going to change. We are sick people. But to be sick, first you must realize and accept that you're sick. How do you go to the doctor if you don't think you're sick? We're not only in the doctor's waiting room on an outpatient basis. We're not even in the hospital in a general ward. As black people, we are in the intensive care. And we need to realize that.
Okay,
the baby
I think
is now born.
we can
And her name.
We can end the video here. It is a bit long, but I think the main points have been delivered, and that is what I wanted our viewers to see. Because sometimes when we say these things, some people think that we're imagining is. First of all, let me remind you, Dr. Arikana was the former ambassador of the African Union to the United States. So she knows exactly what she is talking about. She has a full grasp of this injustice. And how did she know it? She didn't know it before, but she knew it when she went to work as an ambassador. She was able to see this injustice in clear terms. And that is when she started her activism to expose this injustice to the world. And what did France do? Typical fashion. I'm surprised that they haven't killed her yet. I'm surprised she's not been killed. But what did France do? France made sure that she was removed as ambassador. I think she was there just for about 2 or 3 years, and she was removed because France saw her speaking out too much, and they were uncomfortable having her there doing what she was doing. And that is why even after she left, she continued with her activism to open this, because I did not know of a lot of these things myself. But when she started speaking out, these things now became common knowledge to us. And Dr. Ngwambe and Chairman Frank, I don't know about you, and I don't know how someone can sit and watch this video and listen to what she has just said and still rationalize that it is okay to continue to live with any country that has links with France. I don't know how people rationalize it. I just cannot see myself listening to what this lady has said here and still say, well, let's just manage. Let's just continue to cohabit with La République du Cameroun, knowing very well that when you do that, you are accepting to live a life of perpetual misery. You will live a life of misery for the rest of your life. There's no way you can ever live a happy life. I mean, you as a country, you can never prosper under these conditions that this lady has right here. Under these conditions, how can a country develop when you have to take your reserves and give to France to keep? And each year, you can only access 20% of it. And you can only access 20% of it. And when you access it, you can only access it in the form of a loan. In the form of a loan, paying interest on your own money, which you have given to someone to hold for you. I mean, isn't that crazy? Isn't that just a crazy idea? Dr. Ngwambe, you go first.
Bro, it's not just a crazy idea. It's not even just a crazy idea alone. It's an idea that has lost its what's the word I can use here? In short, it's lost its taste. I mean, it's something that is originating from the colonial era, and how any self-respecting African country or any self-respecting African leader should be allowing their country to be subjected to such nonsense. I mean, for those of us who are in the States, I'm sure you all just heard about this bank. I think is what they call is it SVB Bank or something like that that just went under, and we're seeing that the United States government. Excuse me.
The Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah, the Silicon Valley Bank, right? The SVB Bank, right? That just essentially went is going out of business. And fortunately, the U.S. government has a program that's covered by what they call the FDIC, where all bank deposits that are $250,000 and less are going to be covered. Meaning that even though that bank is going out of business, that bank has lost money, the federal government of the United States is going to come and make anybody who had a bank account with that company whole. And who are some of the people who had bank accounts in that place? I don't know if you all have heard of Etsy. Etsy is an online platform where people who do all kind of homemade crafts, like for example, when I for homeland, where when I do all the carvings them, where when I make country bag, where when I make country clothes. I don't see some of my sister then where they make shoe, they cover our inside. These are traditional kind of thing then, and then they sell them for day. So those people were getting paid through this bank. This is a bank that was helping to invest in IT startups. So you can imagine the kind of common man, small businesses that were going to be affected by this bank going out of business. But the federal government is coming in to make these people whole. And why is it that the United States federal government is able to do that? Because the United States government has control over its currency. You understand? Now, the United States don't have control over its currency, so they can borrow money from their controlled federal bank and use that money to cover these losses. If this happens,
and when they talk of borrowing, they simply mean printing more money. They simply print their money, but they have the assets to back it up. That is what it means by borrowing. When you hear borrowing, they are just printing more money. That is what it means. But we cannot do that because your currency is with someone else. Someone else is controlling your currency. So you can't just go out there and print money. You see, let me, I have corporate candidate who is on the phone and he has a contribution to make. Let me just put him on speaker for a minute and let him give us his contribution before we proceed, before I come to you. Did he?
Anna, because thank you for that. Silicon Valley Bank. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Frank.
Let me see. Okay, let me see if he will come on. If not, Chairman Frank, you go ahead. Let me see if I'll connect it with him.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. You see, this is a cankerworm. It is like, something that has been happening for centuries. You remember, these people used to come to our land with bottles of whiskey, with caps, with small knives that they would give out, a few number to our chiefs, and then, instruct them to catch their brothers, their cousins, their friends, and hand them over to them as slaves. You see, Africa has risen up. I should say the African youth has risen up, and it will no longer be business as usual, whether France likes it or not. And we have recently seen the uproar against French, the French presence in Africa. They are packing out. They have been kicked out from a number of African nations. They have declared that they are going to pull out their troops from the remainder of the countries in which they still have their presence, and they want to dwell on training and whatsoever. But I tell you, the French, they have no friends. If a French stands in front of you, all he is looking at is an opportunity for him to make profits out of you.
Yes.
One of their presidents even said so. It is really deplorable, like Dr. Arikana said. And we have to just be able to know that France needs to get out of Africa. France knows that when they are kicked out of Africa, they are going to leave from the 7th position they are occupying in the world ranking of world powers to about the 23rd position. So nobody should think that France will go down that low happily. But you see, there is nothing that can overcome the will of the people if that people, is a determined people. Amazonians need to put themselves together, put their game together, and kick these guys out of Amazonia once and for all.
Yes.
No way. You see, when Dr. Arikana came out with this video, what they did, they called Musa Faki, and Musa Faki, who is the AU, chairperson, kick her out of office. You have seen Musa Faki time and again going out to call out on the the war in Ukraine. He is an African,
but he's not saying a thing about what is happening in Africa.
You see what is happening in Congo. You see what is happening all around his backyard. He is unable to say anything, and the West too, because of one thing or the other, maybe their ties with France and so on, they don't want to do something. I tell you, we are crying out, and we have cried out for so long that the West, the United States, they should step into this issue and stop this genocide and bring justice to the people of Amazonia. If they don't want to do anything, anywhere else the people of Amazonia can go to get a cup of water to drink, I mean, we have no choice but to turn to the other means.
Yes.
You know,
Chairman Frank, while I have Comrade Canada, let him just say, I'll give him a minute to say, put through his thoughts. Comrade Canada, go ahead, please. You're on speaker.
Increase your volume.
Hello? You're on speaker, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you 5 on 5.
Yeah, thank you very much for the educative. Your program is so nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I'm saying that I thank you very much. Thank you with your panelists. Your program is so nice, and this is the kind of program we need to be putting on to educate our people. Let me just share you very quickly with France. In one of the programs, you mentioned how France destroyed Haiti. That was not just all. France connived with the Western world to destroy Haiti. Despite the amount of money that Haiti was paying to France, the Haitians were the best country in the Caribbean that was supplying agricultural products to the United States of America and Canada. They realized that apart from the mineral, the Haitians were good in agriculture. The best quality rice, tomatoes, and all what they talking about were coming from Haiti to the Americans. What happened was that France connived with America and Canada, and they put an embargo on food products that were coming from Haiti. That was what finally killed Haiti. All the food supply from Haiti to Canada and America were stopped. And the American government and the Canadian government went further to subsidize the American farmers and the Canadian farmers to grow the items that they were importing from Haiti. They would make sure that Asian food were not coming from America. That's what finally finished Haiti. Okay. You go to Africa as we speak. Whether France like it or not, France is going to go out of Africa. Let me explain to you guys why I think France is going to go out of Africa. In the yesteryears, France had this monopoly of Africa. Because France was not going to Africa, France was going to Africa as a representative of the Western world. It's some book where the Allied forces they say, oh, France knows the politics of Africa. When they need something in an African country, they will send on France. If France brings it to Europe, they will spread all over Western world. So France was like the master that knew the diplomacy and the politics of Africa. So all the other countries were lining in the dark behind France to put France to Africa to bring what they need. What was happening? The great one. The nations of China and Russia is what has put France and the Western allies on their food right now.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that even though we say we are dealing with two bad situations, but again, with the two bad situation, we can prefer one. Because China, as much as the French will say, oh, the Chinese are colonizing Africa, yes, we would prefer to have dirty water from the Chinese than to be hoping for quality water that we'll never have from France. Because for hundreds of years ago, France and the Western allies have been raping Africa of the resources, raping Africa of the human, natural resources and human resources. So as we go ahead, Russia and China are putting France and the Western world on their toes in Africa, and this is not going to be stopped at any time soon.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Canada, for your contribution there. Yeah, like Comrade Canada has said, when you take the story of Haiti, that was one of the most prosperous Caribbean island countries, was completely decimated when France decided to impose punitive economic measures on them And not just that, but to levy a heavy colonial tax on them, which completely ruined that country, added to the agricultural embargo that candidate just mentioned here. So let me go back to Dr. Arikana's message here, and let's go through the items, some of the very critical items that she mentioned here. Now, let's take note that the international community was complicit in the commission of these crimes and has continued to be complicit. And that is why even today, 6 getting to 7 years, that the people of Ambazonia are being penalized and pummeled. We are still to see the international community come in fully to intervene and stop this injustice. So, the pact for the continuation of colonization. You say someone has been granted independence, but you still make them sign what is called the pact for the continuation of colonization. Why say that you have stopped colonization, and that on the left, on the other side, you say you are signing a pact, an agreement with those very countries you say you have liberated from colonization to continue colonization? I mean, what sense does that even make? Pact for the continuation of colonization. And of course, those leaders that refused to sign were penalized. Some killed, some assassinated. Some that were lucky were simply driven from office. Now, as we mentioned, your reserves are put in their banks. What are reserves? Reserves are your money. It's put in their banks. And when you want this money, you have to go and loan it at commercial interest rate. You go and loan it at commercial interest rate. Your own money. I have my money. Frank says, okay, Comrade Frank here says, Comrade Mike, give me your money to hold for you. I give you the money to hold. Then when I come and say, Comrade Frank, can I have some of that, my money back? You say, no, you have to write an application. First of all, I have to see your credit history, whether it's good. And then I have to give you the money that I gave you to keep as a loan. And then you have to pay me interest on that loan. My fellow Ambazonians, is that fair? I mean, any human being out there, is that fair? It is not fair. And because of this, and then they have the right to refusal in any investment in this country. That means if you have a business, say a road construction business, a major building, whatever, a water systems, France has the right of refusal. That means if France does not refuse to accept that contract, you cannot give it to anybody until France says, all right, I don't want it. You can give it to whoever you want. But if France wants to take it, they will be the ones to take it. And their own rates are always higher than any other competitor out there. Because of that monopoly. Because of that monopoly, they are the only ones. So you are always paying a higher price to get those services done than if you had an open market where the higher or the best contractor with the cheapest rate, you give the contract to. No, France has the right to that investment. That's one of the arguments. She also mentioned that of these 26 coups, or coups that took place in 26 countries, 16 of those countries were French-speaking countries. 16. That means they are killing all of our good leaders and giving us dictators. The exploitation is not enough. The fact that you are deprived from having good leaders, it just compounds the whole thing. It just compounds the whole thing. You are burdened with dictators, sit-tight dictators like Pobia for 40 years because France wants him there. He is like a plantation manager, managing their plantation, and they are taking the proceeds. And the people on the ground, the people whose property it is that Pobia is giving away, lack basic potable water to drink. Vast sections of our territory still do not have electricity. Not even to talk about the condition of the roads. The condition of the roads is terrible. So they are killing our people. And how much are they, for all these things that they're doing, how much are they taking out of Africa? More than $500 billion a year. $500 billion a year. For President, that is a lot of money. A lot of money. Do you know what 500 billion is? 500, you have to, after 500, you have 9 zeros. 9 zeros. Now take that money and convert it into your local currency and see how much that is. $500 billion in a year. And people wonder why Africa is poor. You wonder why Africa is poor? $500 billion a year. 500 is, you have 9 zeros, because I have to say 9 because some of you will not even, you cannot even imagine what 500 billion is like. 500 billion, that's 500,000 million. That's what it means. 500,000 millions. Dollars. We're talking about dollars, not CFA. Dollars. Now take that and multiply it by the local currency, whether it's 500 again, and then tell me if you can read that amount. You will not even be able to read that amount. That is how much France is stealing from us. That is outright thievery. Chairman Frank, one thing that Ambassador Arikana mentioned is our liberation must start with our own mental freedom. We must be able to free ourselves mentally in order for us to be able to free ourselves physically. And this comes especially related to the Ambazonian struggle, where there are some people sitting out there saying that will nothing. These are the people who have not yet emancipated themselves mentally. Because they are still mentally chained, they don't see anything wrong with the status quo. They therefore do not see any reason to fight. So when you talk to them, they say that will nothing. These are the injustices that we are facing. And why this is important to talk about is because as long as we are linked with the Republic of Cameroon, which signed this pact for the continuation of colonization, we too are compelled to respect those terms. Therefore, the only way we are going to free ourselves is to sever those ties. We sever those ties, we free ourselves from that pact, we free ourselves from the Franc CFA, and Ambazonia will be a prosperous country. Chairman Frank, I want you to give me your take on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Mike. You see, one thing that Africans need to know about France is that irrespective of, how much they are stealing from Africa, when Africans show up in France, they are thrown out. You remember France was carrying immigrants and going to their border with Italy and dumping them there. Mm-hmm. That issue ended up creating a diplomatic, misunderstanding between France and Italy, to the point that the Prime Minister of Italy came and called France out. Mm-hmm. Today, as we speak, France is continuing with those same, kind of practices, and irrespective of the money they are getting from Africa, Britain has to go sponsor a program of immigration in France for them to be able to accept to just, do some little kind of thing. The money will be coming but from Britain. You see, what Dr. Arikana is doing is huge. But we cannot allow Dr. Arikana to continue in this fight alone. I think the first thing for Dr. Arikana to do is to create a platform and open it up for Africans to come in. Because we know that when the wolves come, into a herd of sheep, what they do, they separate a number of sheep from the from the herd, the group of the others, and those they start killing them one after the other. That is what the West, they keep doing. We saw them come in and they killed Gaddafi because Gaddafi was standing up for Africa.
Yes.
We used to pay over 300 francs for a minute of a telephone call in Ambazonia. But when Gaddafi launched his satellite, he brought that thing down. It became about 50 francs. You can see the difference. When Jerry Rawlings started speaking out for Ambazonia, calling France out, what do we see? Before we know it, he was down, and he came.
He was dead. Yes.
You remember President Magufuli? Magufuli said, "No, I will not accept what you people are trying to impose on me and my people." What happened? Before we got up in the morning, he was dead.
He was dead.
So Africans need to come. The work starts here by us coming together as a people. When we allow ourselves to be divided, these people will separate us and easily annihilate us one after the other. And this is exactly what you see they are replicating on the ground in Ambazonia. Imagine all the youths they went and they carried away from Mato, 117. They moved to Ediki and carried away a good number. They moved to this other village and carried. These are over 300 Ambazonian youths. They are not restoration forces. They are not fighting La République. But La République, France, they are seeing this, comrades, these our brothers, as potential, restoration forces. And they think that if they can bundle all the males, from Ambazonia and get them locked up, that will deplete any sources
Yes.
So this is the game these people are playing. We really need to stand up. We really need to start creating platforms and going out. That's why I keep saying every time. Okay, go ahead, sir.
To your point, Chairman Frank, that is a good point, and that is what I try to reach even Professor Lumumba, who is another prolific speaker who has been trying to shine light on these things, that it is not enough to just talk about these things. You need to harness the frustrations of the people by creating a point of convergence, I should say, a point of convergence, a meeting point where you can now instruct these people to go out and do things that you want them done. So it is important that people like Professor Lumumba, Dr. Arikana, create a platform where Africans can come in and they can challenge, because what these dictators fear is influence that comes to challenge their authority. Because if they had a point of convergence, they could gather people and say, all right, this is what is happening in Ambazonia, in the southern Cameroons. This is what is happening in Nigeria. This is how I want you to react to this thing. And then you find millions of people responding. Those sit-tight leaders, France itself would take note. But when you just talk there and people listen, and there is nobody to coordinate, to harness this energy that you have created, it just goes to waste. I'm just supporting the point you have made. And Dr. Nwambe.
Look, let me just come a little bit before Dr. Nwambe comes in.
All right.
I was talking to somebody when Dr. Arikana put out her video. And I said, this is injustice. And this man is a veteran, a senior veteran in this country. Mm-hmm. He asked me, he said, where is the headquarters of the AU? Mm-hmm. I told him. And he said, what are you people doing about it? I said, no, we try to do our best. We go out to protest. He said, where are you protesting? Where is the African Union chairperson who kicked out Dr. Arikana walking? What have you done? Mm-hmm. You see, these are things that we need to organize ourselves and do. We move down to the headquarters of the AU and take it. We sit there. We protest there until concrete measures are taken. If they are not taken, we prohibit those individuals like they call him what, Musa Faki, from getting into that building. We prevent them from carrying out anything. These are certain things that we can implement on our own. We don't need the help of the West or the East or what. We can achieve this. And if we keep just talking far away from the sources of the problem, they keep doing their thing. They said you guys are just talking. You are just talking.
Yes.
So I yield back.
All right, thank you for your contribution, Dr. Ngwambe. Your own point of view on this, and after you, we can move on to the next topic.
I mean, for me, my own issue is with the paternalistic behavior of that pact, where someone has given you I'm not even saying given you their money, because it's more like they took it by force, and then while it's in their possession, they force you to sign this very paternalistic pact where you write an application to them for them to judge whether they should give you your money or not. Like I said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this world is a very, very strange world, and the only way you end up being on top in this world is sometimes you have to do your things quietly, and you build up your army, you build up your economy, and then you start to talk. If we look at what China is doing, that's essentially what they did. They did their things quietly. They bent their heads down, acted like they're very submissive, and they went about doing their business. People invested all kind of companies.
Dr. Wembe, when you talk about doing their thing quietly, you first of all have to have the autonomy to do so. In the case of the people of the Southern Cameroon and Tanzania, we don't even have the autonomy to determine for ourselves what we want for our people. That is our first priority, to be able to make your own decisions as to what your future will look like. We don't have that because we are deprived from having that. And that is what we are fighting to have first, before thinking about how our investments are going to be done. We don't have our own currency. China has its currency. They have their security. They have their borders clearly defined. They are not fighting with anybody as far as that's concerned. We don't have that. And that's what we're fighting to have.
So just as an addition, I see in the comments section that one of our sisters, Isabella writes that Dr. Arikana has a platform already called Africa Diaspora Development Initiative. Again, that is Africa Diaspora Development Initiative, ADDI.
Okay.
People are invited to join. Right. And I'm glad you pointed out, because I remember I read somewhere where she had a poultry project where they would give grants to people who want to do poultry farming. And I remember I was reading up on it, and I thought it was real interesting. I was trying to find the link to that because I wanted to talk about that, but I couldn't find it quickly. So Ambazonia, this is why we're fighting for independence, because we can't keep being under France's sphere of influence. If we continue to be within France's sphere of influence, we're going to end up with these dictators. They don't want to stand up for anything. France is going to manipulate our economic or monetary policy. They'll manipulate our electoral practices, and then you'll get people frustrated with democracy the same way people are frustrated with that fake democracy that is being practiced in French Cameroon. And then you end up in a situation, where you continue to see people fleeing abroad. I know we're going to end up getting to that topic, but it is because of the foreign policy of France and these sit-tight dictators that we have in Africa, especially in French Cameroon, that you see a lot of people having to leave their countries and go abroad, and all this brain drain that we're experiencing. It's because of all these things, and we need our own country, and that's why we're fighting for our own country. Plain and simple. Anyone who can't understand that,
you see, you can tell how a country is doing by the rate of immigration from that country. Either the economic condition is bad or the civil rights condition is bad. When you see people living a particular country in large numbers, it determines how bad or how good that country is being run. And that is exactly what is happening in Ambazonia right now. Even in the whole of La Republique, they too are getting out in their numbers because things are not good there. So let us move on for time's sake. The next thing I want us to talk about is Dr. Ngwambe, I don't know about you, but I know when I decided to join the struggle. I think I mentioned it before. But there are other things that really stand out. And when you look at, for example, what we have just been talking about, these injustices that are they are so in your face that you cannot avoid. And you see the consequences on our people suffering for the lack of basic necessities. The hospital infrastructure is just horrible. I can tell you that just within the past 1.5 months, there are people within my small area village in Bafut that that have lost their lives due to bad medical processes in La République du Cameroon because they were IDPs in La République. The first one died of a cesarean section, a C-section when she went to give birth which was natural. She did not have any complications. But the doctor compelled her to go through this C-section because he wanted to extract more money from her. And what ended up happening is this sister of mine died because they did not take care of her after the C-section. So she lost her life just like that because they wanted to extort more money. They get more money when they do the operation. She died in Yaoundé. The second one, she was in Boya. She went in for an operation. They did a fibrous operation on her. Before the operation, she was already anemic. She was anemic. So they did the operation, put her there in the hospital. Nobody was checking on her to see how the blood was, whether the blood was sufficient after the operation. She was there talking normally, and people think she was okay, but the blood was drying out. And then she started having shortness of breath, and before you know it, she died. She died because nobody cared to monitor her to see her blood level. And these things, that is just a small area where I'm from, that within a month, you lose this number of persons. I cannot count the number of people who have been killed because they went to the hospital and they gave them glucose when they had diabetes and they died. We are talking about this war killing people. The number of people who are dying each day from medical malpractice, from road accidents, from just soft, poor water that they cannot have good water to drink, typhoid, misery, just misery. The number of people that are dying are a lot more than even those that are dying from this war. But you will not know because they didn't die from a gun. So this is just to tell you the situation where we find ourselves. We have to extricate ourselves from this situation. Unfortunately, it has to take some sacrifices to do that. So the next thing we'll talk about, of course, is Dr. Ngwambe, as I mentioned, why did you join this struggle? At what point? What triggered you to join the struggle? And then after you, Chairman Frank.
The story long, but I'll try for summarize on it. You know, growing up in the States, right? Growing up here in the US. And I'm going to try to be as diplomatic, you know, as what is a word called politically correct as possible, but I want to be candid, right? Growing up in the States, because of the way African leaders have mismanaged their countries, right? And all the other things that they do, and they're so corrupt, instead of using the money that they earn to reinvest back in the country, they don't practice democratically principled governance. Because of all these malpractices, right? In America, they look down on African people. Mm-hmm. Don't mind this thing that, you know, when we come here, we get advanced degrees, we get great paying jobs, we're making great money, we live in beautiful houses, have the best parties, are doing all kind of great stuff back home. But still, these people look down on us. And it's because of our leaders. And it's something that, you grow up, you hear that. I mean, those of you who have kids in this country, right? I don't know if you have a chance to talk to them and you hear some of the funny things that they say about them, But when I was growing up here, in the early 80s, it's a lot worse. It was a lot worse then. Not that I was maltreated or anything like that, but just the way that they have this backwards perception about us in Africa.
Yeah, they treat you dismissively. Yes.
Yes. And no matter, like I said, not that I was mistreated. I mean, I was one of the most popular kids in school, all that good stuff. We had good grades, all that stuff. But just the perception that they have about our continent. A lot of it is Western media that is perpetuating that nonsense. Yes. But there's another portion of it that is the poor governance of African leaders. I remember looking at some of the newspapers that my dad had brought, with him when he came to the States in those days, and from Cameroon Tribune, of course, because that was all that existed back then. And you read some of these things, and then you have a chance to read about some of the history, the injustices, Paul Biya rigging elections, the lack of democracy in Cameroon, the one Cameroon, and those things. And then when you grow up in America, the way they teach you in America, you value freedom, right? You love liberty. The Bill of Rights that protects you. If they arrest you, you have to be seen by a judge within 24 hours. They have to ensure all these democratic practices. You watch how election results come in live on TV. They're not rigging elections. You have running water in the house. Electricity is working fine. You go to public school. In public school, you can get a free lunch if your parents can't afford it at that time. If you want to go to university, you can get financial aid. They have cheap local community schools, local land grant colleges, all kinds of university degree programs that you can think of that don't exist in French Cameroon, mind you. None of those things exist. I mean, just so many things. And you look at these things, and then you end up realizing the true history of what happened. That we got yoked unequally to these idiots of French Cameroon. And you realize that we are supposed to be a federation of two separate states, equal partners. Where if we don't like a law that French Cameroon has passed in their parliament, or their rubber stamp parliament, or whatever you want to call it, in our own parliament, we can say, we're not going to follow that law. You all can keep that crazy nonsense to yourself and you keep it moving. And you realize that these people necked us just because they had guns. And then along comes the opportunity where you can right that wrong. You can be a part of the creation of a new nation where you can free your people. That opportunity comes your way, and then you sit there and you don't want to take it, but you immigrated to America. And I'm going to use America because that's what I know the best.
Yes.
America wasn't always the way it is now. These people fought.
Yes.
Our enslaved African brothers and sisters fought for this country, even during the Revolutionary War. They fought for this country. They even fought during the Civil War to make sure that they would even be free, and then even from slavery. And then even when they got back into Jim Crow again, they went through and they fought again, so that they could actually be equal citizens in this country. And through some of these civil rights acts, my parents could immigrate to this country. You, my friends, my fellow Ambazonians are living in this country. You all could immigrate here. And now we're able to send remittances back home to develop our countries. White women and even African-American women in this country did not have the right to vote. They went to the streets, they protested, went through all kinds of injustices, shed blood, and they were eventually able to be given the right to vote. Children were as young as 5, 6, 7 years old, were working in factories, losing limbs. There was like 100-hour work week, not this 40-hour work week we're doing now. No retirement benefits, no healthcare benefits, all this stuff we're going through now. People went out and they fought for these things. White Americans were killed for these things.
Yes.
People in this country stood up for them to have the country that we have now. Then
thank you, Dr. I know we.
You understand now?
I know we can go on.
And then people, we as Ambazonians, we have a country, we have an opportunity to make sure that our homeland has the same freedoms that people are benefiting from our remittances from. And then there are people who have immigrated here who don't want to stand up and join us in this fight. Shame on you all who don't see that. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but shame on you.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. It needs to be said. It needs to be said. Chairman Frank, please, over to you. What made you join the struggle? At what point did you feel that it was necessary to join this struggle?
Thank you for that question. You know, before 2016, the struggle had been on a long time ago. Our fathers had been fighting the struggle. And while we were at high school, we got into the struggle. But something really pissed me off in 2016 when I saw the way lawyers, my brother, lawyers in their official clothes were beaten and dragged in Bamenda. As if that was not enough, I saw images of our sisters in Boya beaten like snakes. There was a little child there that was beaten, kicked, and a little child of below 10 years old. You know, I think I was done with these guys. I was done. Because when that incident in Boya happened, in my office in Yaoundé, it was a serious case that could lead to, exchange of gunfires between myself and my former colleagues. The commander of the Yaoundé 101 Air Force Bases office was directly below my office. We were at the first floor and the control tower was above us right up there. I was working in those two, at the level of those two floors. The argument that stemmed up in that office, the colonel had to come out. He's a general now. He is in Boya, General Eba. He sent his assistant to come and check what was going on there. But you see, the thing turned around when in 2017, I was in Texas. These people started advocating that they should go and kill our people. And I wrote a simple article saying that, people cannot be protesting and you are advocating for them to be killed. I think you just listen to them and you see what you can do. You solve the problems you can solve now and you promise to solve the others in the future. That was my crime. These people copied this article, went back to Cameroon, went to the secret services, they called them Semil, handed it over to them, and they said I was supporting secession. And when I flew back to Cameroon, these guys, they just pissed me to the point that they were actually following me everywhere I was going. And, I just decided, I say, you see, if the services I'm rendering for them almost for free are not appreciated, then it's time for me to leave. I should leave with my head. I just went online and I paid for my ticket and I was out of that damn country. But you see, self-determination is a right. And there is nobody who can, say what Amazonians are doing is contrary to any law, even to the law of La République du Cameroun. It is not. They have destroyed everything that could be built with Amazonia. And there is no way today that we can go back again to be one with La République du Cameroun. It's just a matter of time.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. You see, the list is so long that if we want to enumerate, it's just so long. But it boils down to this. You see, from my own experience as a technical teacher, where you have to leave your job, travel to Yaoundé to go and chase dossiers, and you go there and you are speaking in a language that you don't understand. And then they treat you, first of all, you walk into an office and people are sitting there just chatting, maybe in their language. I don't even know how to even utter a word of it. And they treat you as if you are invisible. as if you walk in and they don't even acknowledge your presence. And then when they have chatted and chatted in their dialect, they turn around and they say to you, "Vous voulez quoi?" As if you just walk into someone's bedroom. That's a public office. If I am here, it's because I have a service that is needed. And then you take, for example, the fact that some people come down there, they don't even know where to sleep. They don't have a place to sleep. Yep. And then you have compiled documents for so long, paid so much, stood in lines to get those documents signed, and then you take them there. And then when you're in the Sevulekwa and you utter the first word and they realize you are an Ambazonian, you have just messed everything up. They just take your documents and they say, revenue domain. You come tomorrow, if you are not lucky, they tell you the file is missing. I just handed you this file yesterday. How can it be missing? I gave it to you. And if you're not careful, you have to go again and recompile. If you don't know what to do, when they say that, they want you to give money. But how do you start giving someone money? You don't know how to start giving the bribe. You have to maybe know someone who would then go and give. It is just to cut a long story short. The humiliations that we have borne from these people, where they reduce grown men who will leave their families, go through sometimes terrible roads, pay exorbitant amounts, with harassments on the highway from their officers, and then you go down there and you are treated like that. And sometimes at the end of it, when you succeed, because there are many times where you don't even succeed. When you succeed, you are given 30% because someone has to take 30% of what you were trying to get. They take 30, 40%. And sometimes you have to borrow money to make this trip. And then you travel there, you are humiliated, and then you go back sometimes empty-handed to face your creditors and say, I didn't make it. I have to struggle. And then make that trip multiple times before you can succeed. Now, when we listen to Steve Biko's video, I don't know if you were able to watch it at a stand. The one thing that I took from it was the importance of self-worth, the importance of seeing value in your own life. You have to see yourself as being important, because if you don't see yourself as important, you begin to rationalize the humiliation that you are receiving from these people. And you begin to accept it as normal. You begin to see it as if it's normal, that maybe I deserve this. But in reality, you don't deserve it. Because in a culmination, because like I said, we cannot go through this whole thing because it's a long story. The basic thing there is that why I decided to join was because knowing my own background, which I did not come from a privileged background, I had to toil and struggle and go through thick and thin to be who I am. And it is even by the stroke of luck that I am who I am today. Not because I wasn't smart, but because I did not have a godfather who will hold my hand and put me in those places bypassing the lines that others would do. I didn't even need to anyone to hold my hand. I had the mental capabilities and the work ethic to rise up to any position. But rising up needed that someone should open the road for you, which I did not have. So I decided to join because I know there are millions of Ambazonians out there just like me. Yep. There are other children out there who need someone to fight for them. If I'm in this struggle, it's for them, it's not for me. I may have come from that background, but I'm in a position right now where I don't need that. I'm comfortable where I am. I have a decent job. Thank God. I can take care of myself. But if I'm in this struggle today, it's not because of anything I want from it. It's because of those children. And I would like the technician to put up the picture of the Ngabu massacre victims. I want for us to see that image again. if we can see that picture of the Ngabu massacre victims, if we can see it on the screen, just look, let's look at these children. That is who I'm fighting for. If we can see that picture, please. The picture of the Ngabu massacre victims. These are people, children from a humble home, and someone walked in there, seeing that they are not from a privileged family, and they feel that, well, if I kill these people, these poor children here and their mothers, even if some are pregnant, just kill them and bury them in a mass grave. Who is going to do anything to me? They have no power, they have no authority, nobody knows them. And then when I look at that, I imagine that it was me, because that was me back then. That was me. I was like one of these children. Somebody could have looked at me and counted me out. Then I would not be who I am today. Amongst these children you see here, you don't know what these children could have been if their condition were reversed, if somebody stood out for them, if they had opportunities. These children standing here looking miserable. You don't know what is in their heads. You don't know how intelligent they are. These children, maybe there's someone here who may have grown up to be able to find a cure for cancer. There's an engineer here. There may even be a president here. But you will not know looking at them on this picture. You will not be able to tell. And the only reason you are not able to tell is because they are poor. That's the only reason. They are from a less privileged background. And that is why someone thought it was okay to slaughter them, as innocent as they are, and bury them in a mass grave. That is who I'm fighting for. That is who I'm fighting for. So I don't know about you who out there who look at this and say, oh, it's okay. That one, I think, I'm not there. You may think you are doing it to someone else, but someday you will realize you're doing it to yourself. You will realize you're doing it to yourself. So as for me, I will do whatever I can to make sure that this struggle succeeds. And if I don't succeed, I will go to my grave with a smile on my face, knowing I did my best. I don't know about you, but that is my commitment, and I'm intending to carry it through to the finish. So, Dr. Ngwambe, so that is my story, and that is why when you see me being passionate in this struggle, that is the reason. I don't know if you have anything else to say.
Yeah, Mike. I mean, what we've all said. I mean, there are many reasons why Ambazonians are standing up to make sure that we have freedom, and it is a blessing, right? It is a blessing to be in this liberation struggle with gentlemen like you, Comrade Mike, Mike, my brother Chairman Frank, Comrade Chris, and all pro-independence minded Ambazonians in the other liberation movements. It's an honor to work in this liberation struggle with you, and even our brothers, and not even, and especially with our brothers and sisters of the liberation forces back home and our family members back home. This thing is not easy, right? The loss of life, the disagreements that we have with each other, the manipulation from La Republic de Cameroon to cause infighting amongst each other, all these things because they want to derail us from having a country of our own so that they can continue to enslave us and mock us. This is like a rite of passage that we're going through, and when we finally get there, we will be very proud of the country that we have. I mean, I'm thinking about some of the things that Chairman Frank said, and it reminded me of the female students in Bali that La Republic insecurity forces were having them roll through mud, in Bali. The same thing that they were doing in Boya, where they went into the mini-cités, drug students out, and all that stuff that they did to them. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why. In short, they've radicalized us. They've 60 plus years of radicalization, from the traitor Ahijo to dictator Biya and all the other people who have enabled them to do what they're doing. Even if you even want to look at it, like we were just talking about the imperial practices of France, France has helped to radicalize Ambazonians. They've helped to radicalize us because they support leaders, they train leaders, and they train people who kill the citizens or people from their country, people who have the same skin tone as them, people who they claim are their brothers and sisters. I don't see what other choice we have. When we hear our brothers back home, they say no shaking, no shake, shake no day, and choo choo, shake, shake no day.
Shake, shake no day, shake, shake no day. Shake, shake no day. Shake, shake no day, indeed. Chairman Frank, I would like for us to pivot to the Unity Conference that is coming up in Washington, D.C. I just want us to just look at the camera and talk to Ambazonians to understand why this is important and why they need to be part of it, to make sure that we all come together and talk and put our ideas together to make sure that we achieve the result we have just talked about here. We fight for the children, the less privileged, those who are languishing in the dungeons of La Republic, for Christ's sake. We have seen some of our prisoners with dangerous wounds on their legs, chained to their beds, even in hospitals. You saw last week we narrated a story of the gruesome murder of our brother Wazizi. That is just the one we know. There are thousands of others like that. So these are the reasons why you have to get involved in this. Again, like Steve Biko said, if you don't have any self-worth, if you don't see yourself as being worthy of the same rights and freedoms as any other person in this world, then you begin to rationalize it, you begin to accept it. And as a ridiculous statement that some of us used to make, black man know the dying dirty, that's one of the most self-deprecating statements that anybody can make out there. Black man know the dying dirty. It is so wrong to accept that all you can do is to eat filth and that you are not going to die from it. It is wrong to have this kind of mentality that your life should be that of depravity and you accept it as normal. So please look at the camera and tell Ambazonians why they need to converge in Washington in early May.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Mike. Fellow Ambazonians, you see, the truth is that we have suffered a lot, and all is not well as we speak, but we have a real opportunity to change the narrative. What I have said in the past and what I will continue to say is that any Ambazonian has a right to rise up and call for. But what is even more important is that when you do this, make sure you open up to all other Ambazonians that you know deep in your heart that are also working for the freedom of Ambazonia. At this point, we are talking about collaboration. You need to get the others involved in the planification of the event. We agree on what we will be talking about, how we should run that event, so that we can come out with results that will be, beneficial to our people, to ourselves. Chairman Mike, I will be against anybody or any group of people who pick up themselves, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 people, you go and sit behind there and you think that you can cook up something and bring it and, force it down the throats of Ambazonians. That is not the spirit of collaboration. Reach out to people, and if they don't show up, you have a reason to say that you did in all good faith. but they turn you down. Now, you just talked about Comrade Wazizi. Look at this picture here, fellow Ambazonians. Look at, your daughter, your sister, your friend. This is Ndong Omega. This little girl was just 22 years old in Yaoundé, an IDP in Yaoundé. She took ill of malaria and went to the Yaoundé Central Hospital. Listen, Yaoundé Central Hospital to be treated of malaria. What did they do to her? She was killed. Her internal organs were removed. When they handed this sister over to her family, they discovered that her thigh was torn apart, probably to remove the bones inside and sewed back. They then went on to check on the rest of the body, and they discovered that all of her body organs were removed from her body. So now you tell me, how do you treat malaria by extracting the body parts of a human being, a young girl like this one? How do you treat malaria by shattering open the thigh, the entire length of the thigh of a young girl like this one? This is just one out of the tens of thousands of Ambazonians that are dying. If you say you truly love Ambazonia, if you say you are fighting for the freedom of Ambazonia, if you say you are fighting for your people, my brother, my sister, this is the time for us to put down our pride, to, keep aside the misunderstandings we have had with each other and open up in all honesty. Come together, create a platform that will give us the momentum we need to free our country. This is just my cry. This is what I will say today. This is what I will continue to say tomorrow. And I really hope that God will touch the hearts of Ambazonians to yield to this cry. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. Dr. Ngwambe, we are kind of running down on time here. So can you summarize your own points as to the Washington March? I know you are in the committee with me. Chairman Frank will be joining us in the days ahead. But yes, can you talk to Ambazonians about the importance of this gathering?
So my fellow Ambazonians, it's rather unfortunate that we had to break up to make up, as it is said. It's rather unfortunate that had to happen. But hey, we're simple people, but we're complex, right? We want freedom, but we all have our different ways that we want to get there. But the most important thing is that we want this freedom and that we are Ambazonians. If we look in history, right, I want to talk about the history of what we now know as China. For those of you who know Chairman Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek, right? These two were fighting with each other for the same country, China, for the same country against the Japanese. And the Japanese were wiping the floor with them. At some point, Chiang Kai-shek's lieutenants had to kidnap him and put a gun to his head and say, hey, if you don't collaborate with Chairman Mao, then we're not going to let you go. And by force, he ended up collaborating with Chairman Mao, and the Chinese in collaboration were able to defeat Imperial Japan. And mind you, when I'm even saying this thing, right, the United States government was clandestinely equipping Chairman Mao and Chiang Kai-shek. But what was Chiang Kai-shek doing? He was keeping the arms. Instead of using them to fight against the Japanese, he was saving them so that eventually when the war would be over, he would fight against Chiang Kai-shek. But guess what? They were losing if they did not collaborate, right? All those arms that he was keeping, it would have been meant for absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
But look at the drastic measures his lieutenants went to ensure that he and their forces collaborated with Chairman Mao, and the rest is history. Is China not a united country now, independent from Japan? Are they not competing with the United States government to have one of the largest economies in the world? Where are all the manufacturing going? Are our African brothers even fellow Ambazonians, because we speak English, are they not immigrating to China to go and teach English there and then ending up in other Asian countries teaching English and trying to find a better life in Asia? Collaboration is not easy, right? And I've even said it in the form, collaboration is not like a marriage where you love your wife. I don't have to like you or love you to collaborate with you. But because you're an Ambazonian, you and I share common interest with each other, right? I am willing to collaborate with you for us to be able to have our country. And then when it is over and we have our federated counties or LGAs, if you want to have a dictatorship inside your county where you don't change your county governor, that's your business. Where I come from, Mizam, we are going to be electing and changing our county governor. We're not going to keep them there like some of people who want to keep a leader until that kingdom comes.
For an eternity. Yes.
For an eternity, right? But let us put our country first. All of you are welcome. All leaders are welcome. Your representatives are welcome. Let's sit together, plan the agenda for our collaboration. Comrade Chris has put out some excellent talking points that help to start the conversation. They're not written in stone, but they are a good way to start the collaboration about what it's going to take for us to be able to secure the independence and sovereignty of our beloved country. Come in, your Ambazonian brothers and sisters. They're waiting for you and they're expecting to see you there. God bless you all and see you shortly.
Thank you, Dr. Ngwambe. And of course, we still have time. We will continue to talk about it and sensitize our people about it as the days come closer. So this is not the last we'll be talking about it. So thank you again. Of course, we know that all struggles need resources to succeed. And ours is no different. So we will be conducting the draft to make sure that we raise the necessary funds to continue prosecuting this struggle. Like I said earlier, we do not have any big brother country out there helping us. We are barely struggling on our own. So we have to fund this struggle ourselves. So the draft is starting, I think, May 2nd. We're starting with Momo.
HSS draft. County. Mike, HSS draft.
The draft.
HSS right? Draft. HSS draft is this 19th.
No, the HSS draft is on March 19th. Yes. March 19th is the HSS draft. The draft proper starts May 2nd, and it starts with Momo County. So I'm calling on all Ambazonians to prepare yourselves. Even when a county is, if Momo is drafting, you have to come in and support Momo. When they go to Ndian, you come in, the others will go in and support. So we have each other's back, and we help the big counties as well as the smaller countries. So we all cross the bridge. That's how we're going to do this thing. We hold hands, and we'll all make it. So I'm calling on you, please get ready, start putting your resources together. When the draft starts, you should be able to come in and not just draft for your county, but also, or LGA, but also support the others when they come in. Since time is running short, I would like to, we have our recognition program that we have for our ARFs, where monthly we come in and we just say, it's not like we cannot pay them, but we look at what they have done during the month and we say, thank you for your sacrifices for Ambazonia. And we give them something to say, but take this, maybe buy some soap, buy some rice, buy something to eat, whatever it is, we give it as our own way of saying, we appreciate your services to Ambazonia. And so it is with that in mind that we made this trophy for our best groups on ground zero, so that at this time, once a month, we come in and we say, we appreciate your sacrifices, and we are going to give you a token of appreciation. It is only a token of appreciation for all that you have been doing for Ambazonia. And for this month, fellow Ambazonians, Dr. Ngwambe and Chairman Frank, I will have to announce the winner for the month of February. we are in March now. So for the month of February, the previous month of January was won by Manu. Manu took home the prize. So here I have the envelope. A group is going to win, and I'm inviting you to expose the winner, to expose who that group is that won the prize for this month, for the month of February. And you can read with me here. Our ARFs of Lebialem have gone home with a trophy for the month of February. Let it be in the record that Lebialem has taken the trophy for this month. So we say congratulations to Lebialem for a job well done. You are winners for the month of February of the Most Productive Group Award. So thank you, Lebialem, for a job well done. I know that the enemy thought that Lebialem was decimated, never to rise again. But you are proving them wrong. You are coming back, and I know there are bigger things ahead for Lebialem. So again, thank you so very much, and congratulations again for a job well done. There you go. I don't know, Dr. Ngwambe, do you have a word for Lebialem and Chairman Frank?
The biggest thing is that I really want to thank our brothers and sisters of the Liberation Forces in Lebialem, the Restoration Forces, Defense Forces of Lebialem, for continuing to honor the great memory of our brother, Field Marshal, the King of Ambazonia, Field Marshal Oliver Leke. So I really want to thank you all and appreciate you all for your productivity, for serving Ambazonia with distinction and honor, and bringing the pain to La Republique du Cameroon. They will leave our territory in bandages, and eventually we will have our independence and our sovereignty through the shedding of their blood, and they would have brought it upon themselves. So I want to thank you, Lebialemites. God bless you all for being great Ambazonians.
Thank you, especially in honor of late FMA. Of course, it is with great sadness I will remember that, but it's a bittersweet to know that what he started did not go in vain, and that the seed that he planted is continuing to grow, and that it will grow only bigger and bigger and bear good fruit. Chairman Frank.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to say for all restoration forces and where they did for inside Lebialem, this trophy where it come for una for the work we una do and for the month of February, it did like a pat in the back for talk say una be work fine. This one it means say make it encourage una for work even more. And as they talk, they say lion know the born goat. FME, it no born na goats. FM 2x2, General Mike, General Foncho, General Folase, all the general, all the colonels, the commanders, the captains, the foot soldiers, and for Lebialem, una get for continue the work and for increase the firepower. For do what the way God he don't call una for do, so that the country it will be free. As una do this work, Ambazonians them all over the world they will continue to support una until freedom in come. Shake in no day because water na water. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Frank. Again, to Lebialem again, it is with a lot of emotion that we award to them this trophy, and please continue to build on this success and to go to higher heights, to do more great things for Ambazonia with your efforts. So, Chairman Frank, Dr. Ngwambe, we're running down on time here, so I want to really thank you for joining me today on the War Zone and for helping to educate the Ambazonian people on the need for them to stand strong, stand firm, and to continue to prosecute this war of liberation, which was not a war of choice, but rather was brought on us. We are simply trying to defend ourselves from a vicious aggressor. Again, the topics we talked about today, remember them. There is the HSS draft on Sunday, the 19th. And I'm calling on you all to make sure you join us so that we can all chip in to help our refugees, prisoners, wounded warriors, so we can provide them some relief. Again, also the draft, which is starting on May the 2nd. And of course, the Washington, D.C. Conference, which is for all stakeholders. Remember, it's not a conference for leaders. It's a conference for all stakeholders. So you are all invited to be part of it. Let your ideas be heard. Come and be listened to. Don't sit back and complain. It is time for you to come forth and tell us how you want to see this thing done, how you want to see this struggle persecuted. Don't sit back and then when others go there and make decisions, you sit back and complain later on. It is your chance now to come forth and be heard. And I hope you make your presence felt in Washington, D.C. Early May. So, fellow Ambazonians, thank you again for staying tuned. I see the numbers were still very high, up to more than 100 towards the end. That is good, but I hope we'll build on that and do better next time. So, I want to thank you again. Congratulations, the BLM. And to those of you who did not win this month, you see, it's been going around. Depending on how you perform, there's been several groups that have won. Next month could be yours. So it depends on you. You can decide how it will be done. Whether you're going to win or not is all on you. It depends on what you do. If you perform, regardless of your loyalties, you give to anybody, regardless of your loyalties. All that matters is your performance, your conduct, that you are taking care of our people, that you are not engaging in kidnapping and ransom taking, you are not molesting our people. Those things, we don't like them. If you just are chasing the enemy out of our territory and doing a good job at it, you may have your own name called out here too next month. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure having you on the set of the War Zone again. As often as I would like to say, take good care of yourselves and take care of each other.
12 September 1977, the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa was dealt a heavy blow due to the death of Bantu Steve Biko, a popular voice of black liberation in South Africa between the mid-1960s until his death in police detention in 1977. Biko was one of the most prominent leaders in the anti-apartheid struggle, and in some quarters, he was seen as the most important black South African leader of his generation. He was so important, in fact, that the apartheid government was terrified of him. Bantu Steve Biko inspired a generation of black South Africans to claim their true identity and refuse to be part of their own oppression. Unfortunately, Steve Biko paid the ultimate price with his life. In this episode of African Biographics, we look at the life and legacy of Steve Biko, one of the stalwarts of the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa. The man known to history as Bantu Steve Biko was born in Tyalden in the Eastern Province, now Eastern Cape, on 18 September 1946. He was the third child of the late Muzinganye Matthew and Alice Nokuzola Biko. Muzinganye worked as a policeman and later as a clerk in the King Williamstown Native Affairs Office. Steve Biko's father Muzinganye was a very intelligent man, and he was enrolled at the University of South Africa, the distance learning university, to get his law degree. Unfortunately, he did not complete enough courses to get his law degree before he died. In 1948, when Steve was just 2 years old, the family moved to Ginsberg Township just outside of King Williamstown in today's Eastern Cape. The Bikos eventually owned their house in Zaula Street in the Brownlee section of Ginsberg. This was despite Nokuzola's meager income as a domestic worker. Steve's father, Mzingaye, died suddenly in 1950 when the boy was only 4 years old, and his mother subsequently raised the children on her own, working as a cook at Gray's Hospital. As Steve Biko was growing up, his friends knew him as a joker. His primary school teacher remembered him as a naughty boy who was always barefoot. This was the same teacher that recommended that Steve skip a grade and be promoted to Standard 5 because of his exceptional intelligence. Although his friends never saw him study, he was one of the brightest kids in the class, and he would help the other kids grasp complex concepts taught in class. Steve passed Standard 6 in 1959, and in 1960 he went on to Forbes Grant, a school through which many passed to become prominent figures in post-apartheid South Africa. While at Forbes Grant, Steve excelled in mathematics and English, and in 1962, at the age of 16, Steve Biko completed his junior certificate. Now here's the thing, Steve Biko was growing up in apartheid South Africa, and life was difficult for black people because of this system. Apartheid officially became a way of life in South Africa in 1948 when the Afrikaner National Party came into power after heavily promoting the racially stratified system. Under apartheid, South Africans were categorized into 4 racial groups, and these were the Bantus, who were the South African natives, the colored group, the white people, and then the Asians. Apartheid limited the education the Bantu received. Because apartheid laws reserved skilled jobs for white people exclusively, black people were trained in schools to perform manual and agricultural labor, but not for skilled trades. Despite being natives of South Africa, the black people in the country were relegated to 10 Bantu homelands after the passage of the Promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act of 1959. The purpose of the law seemed to be divide and rule. By splitting up the black population, the Bantu could not form a single political unit in South Africa and wrestle control from the white minority. From 1961 to 1994, more than 3.5 million people were forcibly moved from their homes and placed in the Bantustans, where they were plunged into poverty and hopelessness. During apartheid, black people were required to carry passbooks at all times to allow them entry into public spaces reserved for white people. This was the overall context in which Steve Biko was growing up and navigating life as a young man. In 1964, young Steve was offered a bursary to join his brother, Kaya, as a student at Lovedale, a prestigious boarding school in Alice, Eastern Cape. At the time, political tension at Lovedale was rife. Steve arrived at the school soon after Thabo Mbeki, a future South African president, had been expelled following strikes by students. The same fate of expulsion was going to befall Steve later. In April of 1964, Steve was taken into custody by the police, who came to the school to arrest his brother Kaya. Kaya was suspected of being involved with an organization called POCO, the armed wing of the Pan-Africanist Congress, the PAC, an African nationalist group which the government had banned. The police took both brothers to King Williamstown, which was 60 kilometers away, and Kaya Biko was charged. He was given a sentence of 2 years with 15 months suspended, and he served his term at Fort Glamorgan Jail near East London. Steve Biko was released and returned home. Despite there not being any clear evidence of Steve's connection to POCO, he was expelled from Lovedale. This incident inculcated in Steve a strong resentment toward white authority, which would shape his political career. After being expelled from high school for political activism, Steve Biko enrolled at St. Francis College, a liberal boarding school in Natal Province. The college had a liberal political culture, and Biko developed his political consciousness there. While attending the school, he became particularly interested in the replacement of South Africa's white minority colonial government with an administration that represented the country's black majority. After matriculating from St. Francis with very good grades, Steve Biko went on to register for a degree in medicine at the black section of the medical school of the University of Natal in 1966. Steve lived in the Alan Taylor residence, the segregated living quarters for black students at Natal University. Very early in his time at the university, he showed an expansive search for knowledge that far exceeded his own medicine degree. ending up as one of the most prominent student leaders on campus. The black section of this university had its own Students' Representative Council, which was a member of the National Union of South African Students, NUSAS. Steve was elected to the SRC in his first year, and he became involved in NUSAS politics, attending the annual NUSAS conference for the first time. But even before he went to the conference, he was engaging in debates about the role of NUSAS. NUSAS had taken pains to cultivate a multiracial membership, but it remained white dominant simply because the majority of South Africa's university students were from the country's white minority. Steve Biko felt that NUSAS failed to represent the needs of black students, and the following is a glaring example of this. In the NUSAS conference of 1967, after the students arrived, they found that dormitory accommodation had been arranged for the white and Indian delegates, but not for the black Africans, who were told they could sleep in a local church. So appalling were the conditions that it showed the black students just how valued they were in the organization. The students were indeed fed and housed separately in accordance with the Separate Amenities Act. The Separate Amenities Act enforced segregation on all public facilities, including buildings and transport, in order to limit contact between the different races in South Africa. This act also stated that the facilities for different races did not need to be equal. In practice then, the best facilities were reserved for the white population, while those for the other races were inferior. At this particular NUSAS conference, the black students, including Steve Biko, were aggrieved at this treatment. Steve Biko later related that this event forced him to rethink his belief in the multiracial approach to political activism. Deeply dissatisfied with NUSAS, the now disillusioned Steve Biko, along with several of his colleagues, founded the South African Students Organization, SASO. Steve Biko was elected the first president of this organization in its inaugural congress held at Turfloop in 1969. SASO was born out of the frustrations of black students encountered within the liberal and multiracial organization NUSAS. SASO's clarion call was for black students to refrain from being spectators in a game in which they were ought to be participants. SASO's primary engagement was to address the inferiority complex that was the mainstay of passiveness within the ranks of black students. It was not long before SASO became the most formidable political force, spreading to campuses around the country and beyond. SASO was involved in providing legal aid and medical clinics, as well as helping to develop cottage industries for disadvantaged black communities. Inspired by Steve Biko's growing legacy, the youth of the country at high school level also mobilized themselves into a movement that became known as the South African Students Movement. This movement would play a pivotal role in the 1976 Soweto uprising, which accelerated the course of the liberation struggle. During this period, Steve Biko and SASO started sowing the seeds of the Black Consciousness movement. This philosophy encouraged blacks to recognize their inherent dignity and self-worth, but I will touch on the Black Consciousness movement in just a bit. From around 1970, SASO's leaders were beginning to consider the limitations of organizations that were confined to just student members. Following these considerations, the idea of a broader community formation took root, one which would result in the launch of the Black People's Convention, the BPC. So in 1972, Steve Biko founded the BPC as an umbrella organization for the Black Consciousness movement, which had begun sweeping through universities across the nation. Steve Biko was instrumental in the development and formation of a core SASO project, the Black Workers Project, which was co-sponsored by the Black Community Programs, for which Steve Biko worked at the time. The Black Community Programs addressed the problems of black workers whose unions were not yet recognized by the law. As all of this was happening, on the academic side, Steve Biko initially did well in his university studies, but his grades gradually declined as he devoted increasing time to political activism. 6 years after starting his degree, he found himself repeating his third year of studies. So in 1972, as a result of his poor academic performance, the University of Natal barred him from further study. After being excluded from medical school in 1972, Steve Biko joined the BCP at their Durban offices. The BCP engaged in a number of community-based projects and published a yearly journal called the Black Review, which provided an analysis of political trends in the country. Having given up on the idea of becoming a doctor, Steve Biko enrolled for various courses at the Distance Learning University UNISA, and in 1973 he began studying law and political science, subjects that were more relevant to his political involvement. Bantu Steve Biko's political activism and engagement was underpinned by a philosophy which was to be known as the Black Consciousness Movement. Steve Biko's experiences under apartheid drove his philosophy and political activism. Growing up, he had witnessed political raids during his childhood and lived through the brutality and intimidation the apartheid government was known for. And so his philosophy of black consciousness focused primarily on liberating the minds of black people who had been relegated to an inferior status by white power structures. The Black Consciousness Movement viewed the liberation of the mind as a primary weapon in the fight for freedom in South Africa, defining black consciousness as first being an inward-looking process where black people regain the pride stripped away from them by the apartheid system. In one of his many famous quotes, Steve Biko said, "The first step, therefore, is to make the black man to come to himself, to pump back life into his empty shell, to infuse him with pride and dignity, to remind him of his complicity in the crime of allowing himself to be misused and therefore letting evil reign supreme in the country of his birth." This is the definition of black consciousness. According to Steve Biko, a necessary step towards restoring dignity to black people entailed elevating the heroes of African history and promoting African heritage to deconstruct the idea of Africa being the dark continent. Black consciousness sought to extract the positive values within indigenous African cultures and make them a standard with which black people judge themselves. This would then be the first form of resistance towards imperialism and apartheid. In apartheid South Africa, black consciousness aimed to unite citizens under the main cause of their oppression. Steve Biko's charisma flowed outside of the university campuses, and the Black Consciousness Movement became a phenomenon throughout the country of South Africa. The Black Consciousness Movement was becoming a presence in the country, and not only at tertiary institutions. It was visible in the media, at schools, and at community theaters. Now, as you can probably imagine, this movement did not go down well with the apartheid government, and so they retaliated. Initially, the apartheid government did not see black consciousness as a real threat. Rather, the apartheid state believed that this philosophy of black people working on their own fitted well with his own philosophy of separate development, which was embedded in his policy of apartheid. However, as SASO's membership swelled and other black consciousness organizations grew in support, the apartheid state began to crack down on Steve Biko and other leaders of the black consciousness movement. In 1973, 8 black consciousness leaders, including Steve Biko, were banned. This meant that for 5 years they were restricted to the area in which they lived and could not speak to or meet with more than one person at a time. This prevented them from attending political meetings and rallies. The government gave no reason for these bannings, but it was clear that they hoped to crush the black consciousness movement. By the end of 1973, more leaders had been banned and some placed under house arrest. Steve Biko was confined to the district of King Williamstown, and he returned to Ginsberg and moved for a while into his mother's house, the address to which he was restricted by his banning order. With Steve working for the black community programs, earning a stipend, the family relied on the income of his wife Ntsiki, who had been the main breadwinner for some time. But with the family's move to Ginsberg, the apartheid authorities ensured that Ntsiki would not easily find a job, and the family struggled to make ends meet. It was not long before his banning order was amended to restrict him from any association with the BCP and the office that he had established in Ginsberg. Despite his banning, the BCP office that he established did well, managing amongst other achievements to build a clinic and a creche, both of which were very popular with the people. Steve Biko was also instrumental in the founding of the Zimele Trust Fund in 1975, which was set to assist political prisoners and their families. However, the state security apparatus repeatedly sought to intimidate him. Steve Biko used to receive anonymous threatening phone calls, and gunshots were regularly fired at his house. As a result, a group of young men calling themselves the Cubans began guarding him from these attacks. The security services detained him 4 times, once for more than 100 days. Unfortunately for Bantu Steve Biko, his days were numbered and he was about to meet a brutal death at the hands of the apartheid regime. Black consciousness inspired many students in Soweto to take decisive action against their own oppression. After the Soweto Uprising of 1976, which began as a protest against the government's insistence that the Afrikaans language be used as the medium of instruction in Soweto's high schools, black consciousness was systematically targeted. Steve Biko, being considered as the father of the black consciousness movement, exacerbated this situation as he often ignored his banning orders in order to address crowds and to continue his work in the movement. On 17 August 1977, Steve Biko left Port Elizabeth and traveled with a man by the name Peter Jones to the Western Cape to attend a meeting. On their way back, they were stopped at a roadblock and were detained. This happened on the 21st of August 1977. Steve Biko was held at the eastern city of Port Elizabeth, where he was violently tortured and interrogated. He was imprisoned on charges of terrorism. By the 11th of September, he was found naked and chained to a prison cell door. He died in a hospital cell the following day as a result of brain injuries sustained at the hands of the police. Bantu Steve Biko was only 30 years old. The South African Minister of Police announced that he died after a 7-day hunger strike. An official inquest into Biko's death, despite evidence to the contrary, stated that his death could not have been brought about by any act or omission involving an offense by any person. Riots ensued in the aftermath of this statement, and a few students were killed in the protest. 15,000 people showed up to Biko's funeral, including foreign dignitaries, African diplomats, and about 13 Western diplomats. The governments of Ghana and Lesotho released official statements of outrage. The South African police had clearly underestimated the potential consequences of Steve Biko's death, and a global movement emerged demanding justice for Steve Biko. Following his death in detention, Biko became officially the 46th victim of torture and death under the state security laws. His death helped highlight the brutality of the South African security laws to the international community and the general plight of black South Africans. It led directly to the decision by Western countries to support the United Nations Security Council vote to ban arms sales to the South African apartheid government. It was only many years later at the Truth and Reconciliation Committee that the truth of Steve Biko's death was revealed. In early 1997, 4 former police officers, including Police Colonel Gideon Newwood, appeared before the commission and admitted to killing Steve Biko 2 decades earlier. The commission agreed to hear their request for political amnesty, but in 1999 refused to grant them amnesty because the men failed to establish a political motive for the brutal killing of Steve Biko. Bantu Steve Biko was a giant of the struggle against South Africa's white minority rule and arguably its most famous martyr. Black consciousness was beyond a movement, and Steve Biko's legacy remains one that is deeply relevant to this day, a legacy of resistance and self-determination in the face of widespread oppression.